Come on, Mark.
Uh-oh.
You'll draw him in like a moth to flame.
I am less afraid.
No. This is for the best.
Sorry.
Help! Help! No. Please. Help! Help!
Let me adjust the microphone for you, Doctor. How's that?
Have a nice night. Well?
Oh, what?
Now we dance.
Oh, no.
It's not for you. It's for them.
But I have to go.
Now we dance.
What is it you've got running all through your veins? Well, I'm here to tell you, you've got the fever, and it's hard to tame. What is your passion? And baby, I'll tell you what my pleasure be. Well, it's fever for the showing, be it horror, thrills, or fantasy. They give us fever with some sci-fi. Baby, we'll burn until we supernova all night long. Keep it coming, we love a good mystery. In the day you can feel it, during the night so hot it'll bring you to your knees. Well, it's fever for the showing, be it horror, thrills, or fantasy. They give us fever with some sci-fi. Baby, we'll burn until we supernova all night long.
And welcome everyone. Happy Friday to you all. Happy New Year's to you all. We are here. We made it through another year and we're on to the next with lots of fun, lots of friends, and lots of fun things to talk about. And we have a packed panel tonight. We'll have some folks in and out. But we have a special guest with us tonight to share some awesome Fromely style Christmas cheer. It's after Christmas. It still counts, I think, right? Because Christmas tree don't have to come down just yet, so it's fine.
We still have ours up. Mine's still up, so it counts.
And we still have it up in the studio. See all the candy canes? It counts.
Yes.
But welcome, everyone. Robert, welcome. I cannot wait to hear all about it. How have you been? It's been a minute. Have you been good? Had a good year?
I've had a great year, great New Year's, and all is well. And I still have my Christmas tree up as well. So,
right, it's still Christmas. Look, the gifts just keep on giving, folks. And
yeah, the one gift
like Robert's
we didn't
got
get,
a good one for us.
Well, we didn't get the teaser trailer that I think everyone anticipated. So,
well, that's okay. You know, well, hopefully they'll have it soon.
Yeah, I think so. I definitely
really
do, and I think. Now that Stranger Things is over with, I think they're going to try to attract a lot of their fandom to From.
Right.
So I think
now that some of those, because there's a few hot shows that are out or that recently just finished. So I could see why they're maybe waiting for some of that to kind of wrap up before they release a few things for everyone.
Well, I can give you that one of our friends in the chat right now is friends with an editor on From. and they are editing the trailer right now.
Oh, nice.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Well, we do know from what we were told from Victor that by around my birthday or even sooner, we should be talking about it. So we should be getting something.
Yeah. No, we'll probably get the poster first, like we did the last 2 seasons.
Right.
And typically they release different posters in Europe that have different clues and different little scenery images. So I think that'll be interesting.
Oh, yeah. But welcome, Dana and James. How you guys doing? Happy New Year's. We made
survived. We survived.
And it's Friday. Woo! How you guys doing?
Good. Can't complain.
I'm great.
Doing good.
James, how are you?
Doing well. How about you, sir?
I'm doing great. Thank you for having me.
Yes, you are always
Of
most
course.
welcome, Robert.
Well, I
You
feel
never
very
have
honored.
to ask permission.
Right.
Well,
Never.
I feel that it's an honor to be on your show. Your channel has grown tremendously.
You were one of our I mean, you're more than a friend, dude. All the late nights and just all the conversations and discords and just having that sort of togetherness to try to think, to come together on something and try to think about what these things could be and go through all these theories. You learn a lot about people and connect with people through the show. So no, you are always most welcome.
Yeah, I think as we've talked about before, we met it on Jeremy's channel, and I think there was only maybe 4, 5, 6,000 subscribers back then, and nobody was watching nobody was, on Jeremy's channel with From, and that's how we all met. And the Fromly has grown incredibly.
Yes.
Yeah, that's how we met.
Oh yeah.
Right. From has just brought so many of us together, and it's like we were saying before when we were kind of doing the road so far of like where we've come, that From is going to always hold a special place in our hearts even when it's over, because it is just what connected so many of us together.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. The 3 of us spent, I don't know, untold number of hours in the Discords talking theories.
Right.
Right.
Most probably have not come true, but
it's okay. Fun time.
It's all right. It's okay.
Yeah.
But we learned a lot about each other. There's a lot of tears, a lot of bloodshed, just sweat, and just fun times, man. It was still all. I wouldn't trade it for the world.
No, I wouldn't either. It's been a blast, especially this theory I'm going to read tonight. As we were talking before the show, I wrote this several years ago, so I'm not so sure if any of the predictions will come to fruition. But I guess we'll wait and see.
Oh yeah! And before we dive into it,
this is one of your original theories.
Original.
Yeah, long form theory. This was one of the first ones I ever posted.
Oh, back
and I kind of wrote it
Discord was so small, and the whole community was so small. It's so big now. It's sometimes overwhelming to realize how big it's grown.
Yeah, it really has, and I think I'm a little bit concerned they may lose a little bit of the momentum since it's taken so long. But of course, there was a big gap between seasons 2 and 3 with the writer's strike. But I guess that's just the nature of television today, that the days of having a new season every year are long gone.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh yeah.
I mean, 10 years to complete Stranger Things. I mean, that's a very long time.
Yep. And people still tuned in, so I don't think From's going to have a problem.
No, it's definitely gaining momentum.
Before we dive into it real quick, I want to say hey to everybody that we got hanging with us in the chat. And then, Robert, I'm just going to let you take the floor after that, man. We're going to just completely dive into all things From.
Who we got?
We got Mr. Billy Power Max first and foremost. What's up, hun? Happy New Year's. Welcome. We got, is this Nicole? Welcome. Let's go, Robert. Welcome. We got Great Gold hanging out with us. And look, it's fine. It's a new year, and that means, you know what? We could have been later. It could have been worse.
Right.
What's up, Miss Jen, the teacher? Welcome, hun. Always glad to see you. Welcome and Happy New Year's to all you guys. We got Justin. Yeah, I hope I said that right. Justin. Y'all know I'm horrible. I'm sorry. I apologize. Look, man,
Welcome
it's
to Friday Night Fever, everyone.
and it's been look. What the last 2 weeks have been just packed, not just streaming wise, but real life wise, everything. So yeah, my brain is. I'm surprised I made it this long, Dana.
I know.
I don't know how we do it. Somehow the duct tape is holding ish.
It is. It is.
And the Mind Flayer, yes, we're going to talk all about that and all things Stranger on James's channel tomorrow night, right, James?
Yep. Sure enough.
What time? Go ahead and plug it.
What time? I don't know if I've set a time. I'm still
Shit, I know. Look, man, I got my shit together like this afternoon. I feel
Yeah, but James, you're supposed to be the most professional out of all of us.
I know.
What's going on?
He needs to stop hanging out with us, Dana. It's rubbing off on him.
I'll say 7.
7, 8. So 8 Eastern, 7 Central.
Yep.
There you go, folks. All things Stranger, wrapping it up for a season. I can't wait to talk about it. I enjoyed it.
And if Robert wants to come along or anybody, just let us know and we'll try to set that up.
Right. Any of you guys. Yeah, we do have things in the Discord for you guys to if you want to request to come on panel, or if you even want when From comes around to have a guest creator join us. We'll try to reach out to them and have them join. But yeah, all the fun. So welcome, Miss Debbie. Welcome, hun. Always a pleasure to see you, hun. Hope you've had a happy New Year so far. 2 days in. What's up, Fletcher? That's right. And Shauna will be supreme of all of them witches. I'm sorry, but
hey, nothing wrong with a bunch of witches. Hey,
no, they're not the good kind.
I know, but still.
Lottie is a bad witch. I don't like her. There's a reason. You know, you mess around with a woman's child twice, both of her children. You're asking, what did they want? What did they want from this lady? I'm sorry.
We're gonna wait and see. We'll have to wait and see.
That. I know that's something good to look forward to. Samuel, welcome, hun. Wild Joram, welcome, everyone. I'm trying to make sure I got everybody. I know I might did I miss anyone, so let's keep going. Miss Vic, welcome. Happy New Year's to everyone. Let's see, we got Real Cinematic Theories. Welcome. Or Therapy, my bad.
We've got a pack.
Real Cinema Therapy. I'll eventually get words. They are hard.
It is.
I see Fromaholic Fletch. Don't forget him.
Yeah, I got Fletch. Welcome, Fletch.
Okay. There's Debbie.
Yep, we got Miss Debbie and Vic. A whole bunch of folks tonight.
Welcome, everyone.
Yes. All right. So
Real
do you want me to bring up? I'm sorry, what are you saying?
I was just saying Real Cinema Therapy. Did we say her? Him?
Mm-hmm.
Whoever they are. Sorry.
Yep, I got them there. I messed it up, but I said it. I tried to re-say it again because words were hard for me. Even simple words.
I missed.
Don't make me relive my weakness. But I have my hot cocoa ready, says Miss Vic. Oh, nice. I made chocolate chip cookies, not from scratch, but they're Toll House. They're still delicious. So I have a cookie ready for stories from Mr. Robert. I cannot wait to hear them. It's from Christmas.
Well, I couldn't turn you down. I normally don't do shows, but with such good friends, I when you requested for me to read this, I couldn't turn you down. So I'm happy to be here.
That's why we love you, Robert.
Well, what I thought I'd do is just read it first. I tried to read it. This is the first time I'm looking at it in a couple of years, to be quite frank. And so it'll probably take about 5 minutes. And then I thought we could kind of discuss it and discuss the broader theories. Or do you want to stop in between, or Scarlett, how do you want to do it?
We'll let you start into it, and we'll see as we go if you want to stop and elaborate more. Or we want to comment.
Okay. I like Debbie's comment. We're like all surrounded by the fire, like little kids in our jammies, like waiting for Papa Robert to just read us his tale.
Well, this might be similar to the tale that was told to the Ghoulish kids. Who knows? I don't know.
Ooh, good connection.
Yeah, so I'll pull it up here. Basically, the genesis of this theory was Fatima's statements to Elgin at the Brundles, and this theory will touch on that. But in a broader context, this theory is really about visions, right? And we've seen approximately 27 visions on the show, and just to kind of give context to the theory is that I divide all of the visions on the show into three categories. And Fatima told Elgin that people who are in tune with From, they experience From in three different ways, basically with dreams, nightmares, or weird premonitions. And so if you look at if those three terms, dreams I consider to be visions of the past, nightmares are visions of the present, and of course, as the name suggests, weird premonitions are visions of the future. And we've experienced all three categories, and I will touch on that. And of course, I immediately started to draw connections. I'm a big Dickens fan, and I started to draw connections to, obviously, in A Christmas Carol, it's, you know, the ghost of Christmas past, present, and future. And
welcome,
and
Taryn. Sorry.
Of those, oh, is Taryn here? Oh, great
Yeah,
to see you,
just
Taryn.
popped in. Welcome. Happy New Year's.
And so that's basically the genesis of this theory is based on the ghosts of Christmas past, present, and future. And in reality, I think, and I still do, I hope I'm right, that I think that Griffin has been who is the writer of From and creator of From. He's admitted that, you know, Edgar Allan Poe has been an inspiration. Of course, Stephen King. And I suspect that A Christmas Carol has also been an inspiration, if not more than an inspiration, once we go through some of the parallels that we can draw between the novella and the show. So with that being said, I guess I'll just start reading. Is that all right?
And real quick, welcome, Maker of Mayhem. Welcome, everyone. And it is going to be a great year for TV. With that, Robert, yeah, dive into it.
So it's from A Christmas Ghost Story. Of course, that's a play on the original title of A Christmas Carol, which is really A Christmas Carol in prose, and it's called A Ghost Story of Christmas. So in the novel, A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens, Ebenezer Scrooge is visited by his deceased business partner, as we all know, on Christmas Eve, and he is told that he will be visited by three spirits that night, the ghosts of Christmas past, present, and yet to come. And the parallels between From and A Christmas Carol are eerily similar and too numerous to be a coincidence. When he was writing A Christmas Carol, Dickens borrowed from many genres, and the novella is a conversion narrative that incorporates dreams as visions, much like Dante's Divine Comedy or the Book of Revelation, which of course Father Catri references. The writers of From have adopted this literary device, and like Scrooge, who's visited by three spirits, Fromlanders are also visited by ghosts of characters who represent the town's past, present, and future. Like Scrooge, the main characters in From are experiencing the same redemption arc as Ebenezer, and I posit that the Fromlanders who pass this test will eventually be freed in From, much like Scrooge was freed from his chains of his past. In order to present the story of From, I posit the writers have incorporated various locations, characters, and symbols taken from Dickens' tale. I think I should interrupt here and say that the book is vastly different than the actual movies and adaptations that we've all seen. The book is a much darker tale.
Right. Usually it is. The books tend to be a little bit, they go a little bit further with the boundaries.
And most of the adaptations don't take Ebenezer to all of the locations that the Ghosts of Christmas past, present, and future take him in the novella. In the novella, he goes to a lot of places that we don't see. When I researched this theory, I learned that there was a Christmas Carol movie adaptation in the 1940s that actually followed the book. And it was not well received because it was so dark. So I just want to remind you that some of the locations that I'm going to mention in this are in the novella, but you might not have ever seen them in the actual adaptations that we've all seen.
Right. Like the Disney ones or even some of the others.
Or even Scrooged, my
Right.
favorite version. It's so I'll continue. Much of the imagery in the original Dickens novella is actually quite horrifying. And a lot of these images, locations, and characters directly appear from, including without limitation, this is from the novella, a child who wears all white, a lighthouse, birds flying, a moor, a torch, a lonely tombstone, ghostly children in a cave, isolated homes in the middle of nowhere, and sailors out to sea. Similarly, like Scrooge's visions, Fatima states that Fromlanders experience the town in the form of dreams, nightmares, and weird premonitions. And this experiential phenomenon directly parallels Dickens' Ghosts of Past, Ghosts of Christmas Present, and Ghosts of Christmas Yet to Come. Likewise, other characters in A Christmas Carol also appeared from, such as Tiny Tim, Ethan, Bob Cratchit, Jim, Martha Cratchit, Tabitha, Jacob Marley, who could be Father Cottrey or even Martin, Belle, Fatima, Fan, which could be Abby or Donna, most likely Eloise, nephew Fred, which is Ellis or Jade, and the Cratchit children, which are not shown in any movie in full, but there's actually 4 of them. And last but not least, Scrooge himself, which could be Boyd. Further, from and Christmas Carol rely heavily on the musical component, which we know. We've talked about this quite a bit. The title to the novella contains the musical term carol, which is a folk song or hymn referring to Christmas. And the chapters of each book in the novella they're not called chapters, they're called staves, which is actually plural for musical staffs.
Ooh.
So, yeah, and they sing, as you know, they sing quite a few songs, and we'll discuss that of whether the songs in From are actually foreshadowing. Songs are also sung and referenced throughout the novella. By the same token, From uses music to present the story, often as foreshadowing of things yet to come, as the music box signals the possible arrival of evil, and the songs on the jukebox, which are used as expositional narrative explaining events while the action is taking place.
Oh, I like it. I like it. I'm sorry. I don't mean to stop you there, but yeah, that's a good one. That makes you think a little bit, guys. It sounds highly familiar to some things. Yeah, doing good. This is good.
Okay, well, I don't know. I hope the chat's feeling Christmassy.
What's up, Galacticus? We got Bill and Carl just popping in. Welcome, guys. We're diving into Robert's Christmas Carol theory, comparing it to From and all the similarities. And there's quite a few already just from what you've already spoken about.
Right, especially when it comes to the music, because I definitely feel like they are very, very specific of what music they use in From. It all, like, even when I forget her name is bar, like, to the tree and the alarm goes off, like everything when the bus pulls up, every song that we hear in From definitely is foretelling of what's going to happen
or what is kind of going on. Like,
yeah,
it's almost re-emphasizing kind of what they're experiencing, or even playing with them the way it did Kenny. That one was really extra. That was
yeah. Think about Blue, the song Blue by Joni Mitchell, which is Miranda and Tabitha's favorite song. So some of the songs, I know people have done some deep dives and analysis on the lyrics of every song that's played on From. Nick L is one of them. In fact, he bought a replica From jukebox.
That sounds so like Nick.
He did, and he loaded it with all the From songs. So hats off to Nick if he's in the chat. But I think the songs play. They do 2 things. One of them, some of the songs are framed narratives, which are tales within a tale, and then some of the songs I feel on From are clearly foreshadowing. And then as you mentioned, celebrate good times with Kenny. So the question becomes who's controlling the songs? Is it Team Good or Team Bad? So I don't know if any of this know. But so in short, is my theory that the characters' visions in Fromland manifest in the form of ghosts of Christmas past, which are the dreams. So we'll talk about visions that are dreams of the past, ghosts of Christmas present, which are nightmares, which are visions of the current happenings, and ghosts of Christmas future are weird premonitions of things yet to come. The nursery rhyme might be referencing this unholy trinity of visions when it declares they come for three, because the townspeople experience Frumland in these three different ways. The concept of what Frumlanders are experiencing a collective dream was first introduced by Abby. But Martin supports this theory when he states that in the dungeon, there's a darkness in the forest, nightmares you can't even begin to imagine. You ever wonder if Abby was right? What if it's all just a dream? In this short, very interaction, Martin clearly foreshadows two of the three types of visions a Frumlander may experience, which are nightmares and dreams. So dreams of the past, nightmares of the present, and weird premonitions of the future. But Martin does not mention the ghost of Christmas yet to come, because I believe it will be revealed as the evil entity in season 3, which I don't know if that prediction came true. I don't know if we know who the true evil entity is. Perhaps it's the man in yellow. The ghost of Christmas yet to come is the evil entity, and it will have to be defeated before the quest can be completed. The ghost of Christmas past. Dickens describes the ghost of Christmas past as, quote, a strange figure like a child, yet not like a child, as like an old man, viewed through some supernatural medium as being diminished to a child's proportions. Its hair was white as if with age, and yet the face had not a wrinkle in it. It wore a tunic of the purest white, end quote. Who does that sound like? Sounds like the boy in white, doesn't it? The ghost is shifting in appearance, seemingly to be there and not there at the same time. The ghost appears to be both childlike and aged like an old man, and Dickens' description matches the boy in white almost perfectly. Like the ghost of Christmas past, the boy in white wears all white, and according to Sarah, she's not sure if the boy in white is actually really even a boy. In fact, the opening credits show a picture in white who also appears to be aged like an old man. So you start to see these parallels that perhaps Griffin, the creator from, was borrowing or embellishing from A Christmas Carol, because his description of the ghost of Christmas past does match, of course, the boy in white.
Oh yeah, you definitely influence highly there from just what you're comparing. And that one's actually really good too. I like
that he's both a boy and an old man.
And even has him being like the ghost of Christmas past, because he's seemingly being literally like a ghost from the past.
That's
from
exactly
the children. Right. And so that one's good.
And so furthermore, other parallels in imagery between Scrooge and the ghost of Christmas past can be found in From. In the novella, when Ebenezer is first visited by the spirit, the light coming out of the ghost head symbolizes the memories that Scrooge wishes to forget. And Scrooge tries to extinguish the fire. Like Scrooge, Victor is afraid to remember his past. And in fact, the first place the ghost takes Scrooge is Scrooge's boyhood, which parallels Victor's flashbacks to his childhood. The scenes reveal Scrooge's lonely childhood at a boarding school and his relationship with his beloved sister Fan, who also happened to die young. This is a direct reference to Victor and his sister, Eloise. After the massacre, Victor was left alone in the town, which parallels Scrooge's childhood, and possibly like Scrooge, we are still not sure whether Victor's sister is still alive after she ran after her mother. So in the novella, basically, they visit Scrooge's childhood, and he is in a boarding home with his sister, much like Victor is with Eloise. The ghost of Christmas past concludes the trip with Scrooge telling him, I told you that these were shadows of the things that have been. Like the ghost of Christmas past, I believe the boy in white reveals such things that have passed, and I posit that Tabitha possibly is now in the past before Ethan was born. And this will explain how Jim's bracelet ended up in From. So that's kind of that kind of reveals that, the big revelation that Tabitha was reincarnated. I believe that Tabitha came from the past. So, I kind of almost got that prediction correct. I was close. The ghost of Christmas present. He's a jovial manifestation of everyone's Christmas celebrations, and his power grows with the festivities. In the beginning of the journey, he appears youthful and he personifies the here and now, but this would change by the end of the journey. The ghost of Christmas present carries a torch in the shape of a horn of plenty, and when he sprinkles his magic incense within the torch on the people he watches, they are filled with kindness and cheer. Like the ghost of Christmas present, Boyd too has magical torch, and he uses this torch to transport himself back to the dungeon, of course, to save Mari, Julie, and Ram. Moreover, Dickens further describes the garments of the ghost of the Christmas present as, quote, hanging loosely on the figure, and its capacious breast was bare. Its feet, observable beneath the ample folds of the garment, were also bare. Its dark brown curls were long and free, girded round in its middle with an antique scabbard with no sword, and the ancient sheath was eaten up with rust. So as you look at this description of the ghost of Christmas present, I think
Martin, yeah. I was going to ask you, I actually just read ahead. I was going to ask you that Martin.
Well, I mean, the description of the clothing is pretty clear. The fact, that he has the rusty chains around him, which is very similar to, of course, Martin's chains.
Right.
I think it's pretty clear that maybe, again, this is just a theory, that maybe Griffin was...
as you were describing it, my first thought was like, "What are you talking about, Martin?" And I read ahead, I was like, "Oh, okay, yeah. All right, I got it."
Okay.
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
I don't know. I like I said, this is just a theory that I wrote several years ago. Dickens writes that at the beginning of their journey together, the ghost was young and vibrant, but at the end of the journey, he was very old. And in fact, he dies, much like Martin. Dickens writes, quote, "It was strange, too, that while Scrooge remained unaltered in his own outward form, the ghost grew older, clearly older." Scrooge asked, "Our spirits' lives so short?" And the spirit responded, "My life upon this globe is very brief. It ends tonight." Well, of course, we all know that once Martin gave Boyd the worms, he died immediately. So their interaction lasted less than a couple hours, and so does Scrooge's interaction with the spirit.
Right.
Like the ghost of Christmas present, who died at the end of their journey, Martin also died immediately after infecting Boyd with the worms. So maybe another parallel.
Right.
Scrooge is more humble in the presence of the second spirit, and he's willing to learn any lessons the ghost will show. It shows Scrooge's vision of the world on Christmas Day, including scenes of celebrations at the homes of Bob Cratchit and also Fred, who was Scrooge's nephew. The ghost of Christmas present also takes Scrooge to see other groups of people in isolated areas. Most of the time, the movies don't show these scenes, but they also visit a mining town on a moor with miners celebrating Christmas, and two lighthouse keepers in a lighthouse, and they're celebrating Christmas. And they also visit a boat with sailors out to sea. In my opinion, the writers of From have incorporated these destinations and detailed imagery into the show, as represented by the Brundles, the lighthouse, boy in white, of course, threw Tabitha out of, and the sailors at sea, which we see in the Monsters Cave drawing. So if you're looking at the cave drawing, of course, as we know, from left to right, the very first image to the far left are 8 characters in 3 boats coming down either a river or a stream or something. So perhaps that's another parallel. Lastly, before it leaves Scrooge, the ghost shows him 2 yellow, meager children who are hiding under its cloak. The names of the children are Ignorance and Want, and they are warning to Scrooge to change his ways. Dickens describes the 2 children as, quote, wretched, abject, frightful, hideous, and miserable. Dickens also describes them as yellow, meager, ragged, scowling, and wolfish. The ghost says both children are dangerous, but especially Ignorance, who was the boy. And it seems obvious to me that the ghoulish children that Tabitha and Jade encounter are taken directly from Dickens' description of Ignorance and Want. The children, Ignorance and Want, in A Christmas Carol symbolize the poor and forgotten in 1843 Victorian society. And perhaps that's why Victor's mom was trying to save the children, because the other townspeople had ignored and forgotten them, or possibly offered them as a sacrifice.
Right, because there's definitely a want by the townspeople, and then, of course, their ignorance of not doing what was right in the first place and going along with it. I mean, I could see how those children definitely would fit into that.
Yeah, and my prediction there in the last sentence, obviously we learned from Fatima's exposition that they were offered as a sacrifice. So I guess I'll chuck one up for perhaps I got it right, that the children were sacrificed.
Score 1 for Robert.
Score 1 for Robert. Probably the only theory I'll get right tonight. The ghost of Christmas yet to come. Dickens describes the ghost of Christmas yet to come as, quote, a solemn phantom draped and hooded coming like a mist out of the ground towards him. It doesn't say a word, but glides along and points out scenes to him. Of course, we've seen this description or this depiction as, the Grim Reaper. The spirit first shows Scrooge a funeral scene. Then the ghost takes him to the dark alleyways to the scene of three people picking through belongings of the deceased. And then the ghost take him to the Cratchit household where he is upset to learn that Tiny Tim has passed away. And finally, the ghost shows him the tombstone engraved in the name Ebenezer Scrooge. So that imagery, I do believe, from the Ghost of Christmas Future's depiction is of the Grim Reaper, and I believe that the Red Cave Monster, or possibly the drawing of the Plague Doctor in the opening credits, will be revealed to be the Ghost of Christmas yet to come. I have a longer theory. I'll interrupt myself here. That there's approximately 10 images of a dark black creature in both Miranda's paintings and Victor's drawings, obviously in the opening credits. And I think, I'm not sure, of course, this is pure conjecture, but it seems that maybe the man in yellow reports to a higher entity, and that higher entity revealed to be this image in all black that we keep seeing over and over.
Yeah, I could agree. Yeah, it's definitely, we're not sure what the man in yellow is, but I would agree that he may not be the end of the spear, so to speak.
Yeah, in fact, Scarlett, several weeks ago, I'd sent you the images of all the black images of the blacked out creature. And again, it may mean nothing, but I suspect that that's the true
darkness or whatever baddie.
Yeah, that made the Faustian bargain.
The wizard behind the curtain.
The wizard behind the curtain, exactly. There are many parallels between Scrooge's journey with the last spirit and from, and all center around the concept of death and salvation. Like Scrooge's journey with the Ghost of Christmas yet to come, From opens with the Matthews driving into town during a funeral. And like Scrooge, several scenes in From have townspeople rummaging through the belongings of the deceased. In fact, Julie and Tabby did that. And I have a theory about the sweater that Julie actually ends up wearing. But that's for another time. Also, like Scrooge visiting his own tombstone, Boyd often visits the lonely tombstone of Abby. And it's my opinion that Boyd plays the titular role of Ebenezer Scrooge in the show, and he is on the same redemption arc. At the end of the journey, the spirit shows Scrooge that the future fate is not set in stone, but can be altered if he's willing to change his actions in the present. I think the townspeople in From are also being tested, and they have purposely been chosen on this quest, and if they succeed, they will be freed from their chains like Scrooge.
Nice.
Conclusion to this Christmas cheer. In summary, like Scrooge, all of the characters in From must go through a redemption arc. The nursery rhyme states that here they come for three unless you stop the melody. And this is a direct reference to the ghosts of Christmas past, present, and future. Time is very important in A Christmas Carol, which is actually structured around three distinct timelines. On Christmas Eve, Jacob Marley's ghost tells Scrooge that he will be visited by three ghosts on three successive nights. And this is Christmas Eve, mind you. Marley warns Scrooge to expect the first spirit when the clock tolls 1, the second upon the next night at the same hour, and the third upon the third night when the clock has reached a last stroke of 12. On Christmas morning, however, Scrooge awakens and he's already been visited by all three ghosts. So essentially one night passes, not three. The 3 nights seem to be compressed into a single night, and the presence of the spirits apparently bends the normal flow of time. Dickens uses this temporal inconsistencies to emphasize the supernatural powers of the spirit, and I posit that From is also structured around temporal inconsistencies that might be represented by the dates in the bottles and or the lighthouse. Several timelines might be occurring at once, and some of the visions and characters experienced are actually flash forwards, not flashbacks. For those who completed this reading, Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. I hope you enjoyed my not-so-little Christmas ghost story. Please remember, it's just a crazy tenfold theory meant to entertain. The end.
Yay! Merry Christmas, Happy New Year's, everyone! No, it was actually really good. There's a lot of similarities. You can definitely see where they, if nothing else, influenced at the very least. And if Jade and Tabitha, can figure it out, maybe they'll the ghosts will be happy and they will be forgiven and all can go home.
Yeah, I think the conclusion is also quite telling with I didn't go into detail, but there's a lot of scholarly work on the temporal inconsistencies of A Christmas Carol. And I think we're about to see that, obviously, with Julie.
Right.
The question has been, and of course the Discord and many of the theorists out there, is she going to be time traveling? Is she going to go back to, the original sacrifice? And most importantly, can she change the story? That's the biggest issue. Ethan clearly said that she could not change the story once it has been told, yet we know that she clearly threw the rope to Boyd, which appears to have changed the story. So the question is, was she always...
why the boy in white wanted to make sure to save Julie? Because if she time traveled back, right, or whatever we want to call it, and again, when the one monster, when she first comes into From with her family and they're going into Colony House, and the one monster seems to know her more than just your average monster, the way they know everyone there in town.
Recognize me?
It is, maybe it is possible the boy in white does, like, that's why he tried to save her. That's why, like, he, again, moved certain people where they needed to be, because he's, knows a little bit outside of time and space too. But I'm curious to see with Julie and that, where they're going to take that and how much her influence is on certain events that have happened. And will she be Eloise?
Is our Julie going to be the one that's able to change the story? We know that this is not the first Julie that has attempted to do this. And will our Julie be able to do something different that all the other Julies have not been able to do in their story walking?
Great point, Anna Marie. I mean, if we look at it, there's actually conflicting theories here, because Ethan, who is a storyteller, says that story can't be changed once it's been told. So the question is that caveat, once it's been told, is that the key to changing the story? If we go further, in other words, if we go further enough back in time where the story has not been told, can it be changed? Because Victor tells Ethan at the Lou house, who I also believe Victor parallels Ethan as a storyteller, that we make our own story up, and that we control the ending. So if they're both storytellers, who's correct?
Right? Or does Julie make a new story that hasn't been told yet? Is her story walking considered a new story, giving her the ability to change things throughout it? Because it's a story that's yet to be told, because it's a new story. So yes, there might be places and themes and things that she does that are connected to other stories, but she changes it, making it a new story.
Well, how are stories told in From? Let's think about it. So clearly, Ethan says the pictures are a story, and we have to put them in order, right? So we know that the story is told via drawings and depictions and paintings. So that's one way to tell a story. We also know the stories are told via music, because Jade was able to translate the numbers to notes, and by playing the song, they remembered their past lives. So stories can also be told via music played by Jade, or stories in the jukebox, or perhaps the music box. So maybe stories are told by music, and also stories are told by simply telling them vocally to one another. So if those three ways are the ways that stories are told in From, what does she have to do? The question for me becomes, if she goes back in time, is she going to tell a different story? And if so, what way? Is she going to tell the children a different story? Is she before the original sacrifice? Is she going to perhaps create the original music that Jade plays, or changes the music, the numbers to notes? Perhaps there's ways that she can tell a story, a new story, without actually verbally have to saying it.
Right? How far will her interactions be able to go? We see that she was able to interact with the rope, therefore getting Boyd out of the well, or whatever you want to call it, that he was originally trapped in. How much more influence can she have on the story?
Well, that's a great question, because when she appears in the past, is she a vision? I mean,
That's a good point.
Right, because when she
presumably,
does that whole situation where she walks into the ruins and then is transported back to the past or wherever she's transported to, where she's in the dungeon or it's the dungeon now, she does a series of transitional like phases. She's not. It's not just like she was right there with Boyd and Martin. No, she saw it's almost as if she went back through memories, kind of like, you know, how you were saying in the Christmas Carol, he kind of goes back and he sees different things from the different ghosts and stuff like that. She's going back and seeing these different events, and it started with her and the cicadas and the three being trapped down there, and it gets to like, you know, Boyd, and then she's even transitioning, like you said, back to the kids, or no, to her mom and Victor, and then to the kids. So she's like transitioning through, almost phasing through these memories, but she's able to interact with them.
Excellent point, Scarlett. There's 4. So first, she's not the only time traveler on the show. We know that for a fact. Boyd time traveled, and he does it twice. The first time, use of a faraway tree. The second time, by use of the torch. Now, when she travels to the dungeon, if you look at that scene, I think we have to again question how many times does she time travel, because that scene is cut 4 times. When she first arrives, she sees herself. She's in the present because she sees herself and Randall and Marielle tied to the walls. Is that correct?
Right. Yeah. She sees her. Yeah. When the 3 are taken.
So she's in the present. Then she walks a few feet. The scene cuts, and she's there with Martin. If we assume that Martin is in sometime in the past and Boyd is down in the dungeon, she could be in, let's say, perhaps 1864, right? Is a lot of people theorize. So she's now in the past. Then she throws the rope, she walks further, and she then opens the door and hears Victor and her mom, who are actually at the same time in the caves walking around. And she actually, I believe, hears and the word Ankui as well.
Yeah, she seems as if though she hears where the kids were possibly, and again theorized, where they were sacrificed.
So she goes present, past, and then near past.
And she goes like all kinds of past though, because if she heard, because it's almost like she goes to what I guess you would call present or the recent present. And then it trickles back weirdly because it goes back and then forward and then like back again.
Well, if we look at A Christmas Carol and we realize that, so again, my question is if we have 3 types of visions, past, present, and future, what are some visions of the past that we know are clearly of the past? Can you think of some examples? For example, let's say Jade's vision of the Civil War soldier.
Yep.
Or possibly
when Tabitha's dream is revealed and she sees the little girl.
A lot of different little past. Jade's seen
perhaps Jade's vision of the Pilgrim drinking blood.
Right. We've seen Jade's a few vision. Things, just what Tabitha perhaps has seen in her dreams. Of her as possibly a little girl in From, or whoever she was seeing.
Yeah, so we have clear examples of visions of the past, and let's, we can call those dreams of the past as Fatima depicts them. Then dreams, and then let's call them nightmares of the present. What visions do we have of the present that we can just cite as examples? Maybe Ghost Abby, Ghost Tom, Ghost Father Kaku,
I guess they could be. Tabitha's the only one I really think of when I think of like actual, like she's seen things that are more like where she's in an unconscious state of some sort, or she's seeing something and it's not like when she went to her dream and she's seeing the lighthouse and stuff. That was sort of something kind of foreshadowing or foretelling of where she was headed. But it also had a lot of past and present though. That one again, they do a lot of this mashing together sometimes within some of these visions or dreams or whatever you want to call them. But I see a lot of what you're talking about with the Christmas Carol, in particular if you're looking at like Jade and Tabitha. as being the kind of like the Scrooge, or the one that the spirits are trying to talk to. Now there's some other characters as well, but those two I see is that they definitely need to be kind of like woken up and, hey, look, you need y'all, because they were forever trying to figure this out to begin with, and the spirit's been calling out to them for generations upon generations, particularly those two. Like, all it seems like some people theorize even the events don't really get set into motion until they enter the town.
Mm-hmm. Well, I would consider the vision of Tabitha walking up the lighthouse steps and also her walking through the empty town. Lloyd also had a vision of him walking through an empty town, if you remember, and his hand starts to shake the bell.
Right.
I think those are weird premonitions of the future. In fact, we know that Tabitha did eventually walk up the stairs, and the little toys sitting on the stairs are different, but the vision does occur. What's missing is Jim hanging upside down.
Right.
So is that still, I still put that in the third category of visions of predictions of the future. For example, another prediction, a vision that could be considered a prediction of the future, would be Marielle's vision of Smiley. Right. At the time she's asleep, she has a vision that he attacks, and yet and shortly thereafter he came back to life. Will he eventually attack her in the clinic? I don't know, but it clearly that vision depicted him alive, and he was dead at the time. So that could fall into the third category of weird premonitions of the future. So when Julie time travels, if that's what we're calling it, excuse me, that the question is she going to follow the same pattern, past, present, and future? Can she? It seems clear she can go into the past with the last scene of season 3. Can she go into the future is my question.
Well, we see Julie also enter a past Julie enter our present. So
yes.
Is that the future for her? Or is that the past?
Well, right now, that's a great question, Dana Marie. That right now we know that it's approximately March 30th. I'm embarrassed to say that I know this, that it's approximately March 30, 2022 and from. The Matthews arrive in February, and each season is about a week to 12 days, let's say, 2 weeks perhaps. And the rendezvous calendar has the date March 31st circled in Donna's room. So we know they're in March 2022. Are we watching the show in the past? Is it currently 2026 or 2025? And she's already in the past.
Or were we seeing things through one of the Julie's eyes? Just because we saw Julie come out when the man in yellow made himself known, we still don't know where that Julie came from. So could Julie have been kind of in the back skirts of everything we're seeing, and we've seen things through the eyes of one of the Julie story walkers? And now Julie is going to come to the Julie that we've known as present Julie and, set her on a path of some kind. We don't necessarily know how this is going to work in the scheme of the time traveling or what she's doing. Is it like Back to the Future? Can they not react with one another? Can they react with one another? Will that screw something up? We don't know the rules yet to how this really works. We're only given a small sample of what's going on. We haven't been given the full product yet. So we don't really know how Julie's powers kind of work.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great example, point that I'm not so sure that to reiterate or to make sure I understand what you just said, is the last scene, is that future? Everyone calls her future Julie. Okay. Is it?
Exactly. We don't know. We don't know what point in time that Julie is coming from. So is the scene that she's walking into with the man in yellow the future for her? The past for her? We just don't know. We're just assuming she's future Julie coming back to try to change that point in the story. But we just don't know where she came from. And until we do, we don't know if she's if how the future story walking is going to work for her, if that's even something she can do.
Mm-hmm. Well, then how did, let me ask you a question. How did Boyd time travel into the same vision? If it wasn't a vision, how did they end up in the same point in time? If he's not a story walker, how did he end up in the same vision and or in the same place and time that she did?
One of the entities could have put him there.
The only other thing
William?
I can think of is that Julie's watching, or she's all right. So if she travels per se, maybe she was traveling through someone else and someone else threw the rope and it wasn't her, but otherwise she's there and she's interacting with that. I'm calling it a memory, but that time, that period, that whatever with Boyd, she interacted with that rope. Like it's either she was being shown that and she's seeing it and she was sort of vesseled, but she was in the vessel of whoever it was or whatever, and she's seeing, but we didn't see who that person was, or she interacted with it. Like she had to have been able to, like she walked through time and phased in and out of these areas. Like I feel like if she had run into Victor and her mom, that would have changed events almost catastrophically.
Okay,
it would freak them the hell out. So like she, almost as if when she did all that phasing, she lucked out in a few situations because like she was panicking. Her emotions were at a heightened state. And so she had no control over the power. So she was just kind of like, in that spot, there's something about those ruins and a few other spots that we've seen that are particularly more powerful, of like whatever we want to call it, supernatural or even sci-fi, that energy or whatever it is that's there is heightened. And if she's able to tap into that for whatever reason and her emotional state's all whacked out, and this is her first attempt at like tapping into that power, which it was calling to her to tap into, right? Like she said like she keeps hearing all the cicadas or whatever, she keeps hearing all this noise in her head until she reached that moment and like walked in there. And then it went quiet until she started phasing through all these different moments in time.
Yeah, that's you said something there that it was just really caught me. You called it a memory. So the time so we have a few examples of possible time travel. So let's start with what you called a memory, which is the dungeon. Mm-hmm. If that is a memory, it could also be perhaps a vision, or it actually could be a physical place in time, 1864 from, right?
Right.
Those are our choices. It's a memory, similar to, let's say, a flashback that she's interacting with. It's a vision that she's interacting with, a shared vision with Boyd, and also Ellis, because Ellis is at the bottom of the well as well, right? Or it's an actual physical place in time.
Right. It has to be one or the other. Like it can't, it's and that's that whole dungeon place is weird to begin with, because it has to be a physical location somewhere in time that they're going to. Otherwise, then we're going into super like weird supernatural laws and stuff, dimensions and shit.
Well, we've already.
Oh no, James. What do you make of all this, James? We haven't heard from you. What's your take on all this?
You gotta put the guitar down.
Well,
there you
go.
What's your take on all of this time? Do you think she's time traveling?
That's fireworks in my background, I swear.
I mean, I don't really know. It's all good questions. All good questions. Theories, and stuff like that. I would, just my own take on it. I would say the frame right now, capture Julie to the time that her dad and the man in yellow are standing there by the camper. She's from the future in that scene right there. I would say also that, the dungeon thing is like a question mark to me, as far as is that the past? Is it the future? Or is it like a place of no time? Like what is the dungeon? Is it even a place of time at all? Is it just a doorway, a gateway, a room of nowhere or something? Or is it really something? So just a lot of questions of when that is, I guess. you know, it's, you guys have all really great theories and you ask really great questions. I mean, it's hard to say, man. It hurts my brain. I mean, Robert, your thing was great, but my brain started hurting a little bit. I was like, oh my God, this is all great, and I can't think fast enough. You know,
I'm sorry,
it's
Jay.
like no, it's a good thing. I mean, I'm probably going to have to go back and watch it slower. Is all I'm saying. You know, to think about it. You know, to be able to, you know, think about the show and think about scenes and stuff, because you guys got good memories. You were bringing up scenes faster than I could think about it. You know. He was like, what about that one time? What about that one time? And I was like,
you
oh,
have
shit.
no idea how much we lived and breathed from at one point. Hours. I mean, we dissected scenes, man. We were able to share, like, we figured out Discord enough to share things. Like, you have no idea the adventures that we went on, not just with From, but all sorts of things along the way.
When Scarlett found out how to screen cap, because it's
I could never figure out how to screen capture. I didn't know how to screen capture, guys. I'm telling you, man.
We figured that out. We would analyze every image to the the most finite detail.
Like the capture queen, man. I was in there. I was like, oh, I'm capturing every fucking scene I can get, every moment, every like half a frame second. Yeah, so they taught us
James,
well.
Kind of to answer that, I think you and Scarlett and Dana Marie, all three bring up great points that I don't think they're contradicting one another. That, if I can kind of summarize, perhaps, is that if we do have these, let's just call them memory/visions, right? We have different categories of them. I think we have to, how do people experience those visions? I'll ask another question. Some people experience the vision when they're awake, right? So we know that, for example, Boyd talks to Father Khatri while he's awake, but Boyd also had the vision of him walking through an empty town while he was asleep. So Kenny had the experience of the boiling cicadas while he was asleep. Mari had the vision of Smiley while she was asleep. Elgin had the vision of the kimono woman drowning him while he was asleep in the bathtub. So some people experience the visions asleep. Some people experience the visions while awake. Jade experienced the pilgrim drinking blood while awake. And then the other bigger question is this thing that Scarlett brought up, which is, can we interact? If it is a vision, can we interact with the vision, and can the vision interact with the person in the vision? And I believe we have evidence that we probably should talk about of both. We know that in Kenny's vision of the boiling cicadas, it burnt his arm in the vision, and he came out with a burnt arm in real world From. We know Boyd got scratched by Martin and came out with worms and a scratch on his arm, the same arm that's been shot twice, ripped apart by monsters, and so forth. We know that Julie threw the rope, which kind of indicates that's a vision. She's interacting with the vision. But we also have examples of where the vision could not interact with the person in the vision. And the example I'll give is when when Jade sees the Civil War soldier stabs Jade with the bayonet. Yet when Jim wakes him from the vision, he doesn't have a knife wound.
Yeah, there's no lasting.
But when the cicada jumps on Kenny, that actually left something behind. He got burned.
And welcome, Nick L. We were singing your praises earlier, hun. Happy New Year's. We enjoyed all of the gifts and all of the prizes. Everyone will be getting those here shortly. Data's getting the list all together. So, again, I know since we're talking about that, I'm sorry, Robert, but real quick, if you did win a prize, make sure, if you have not already, I think we probably pretty much got everybody, but just in case, if you haven't, reach out to Dana, me, or James so we make sure that you claim it and we get an address to send it to so you can get your prizes, guys, because Nick L had some awesome stuff in there that he gave Dana for the giveaways, and Dana had some awesome other goodies. But happy New Year's to you, hun.
That's the Nick.
That is the Nick
L right there.
Hats off, good sir. You did good stuff.
Great to see you, Nick.
So yeah, I mean the past as far as Julie in the dungeon, I mean because it's ruins in present day. So you would think, well, if they're in it when it's still a building, that should be the past, right?
If it's a
It
physical
gets
time and
weird though,
place,
right?
yes.
Because like when they're having these visions, and again, some of these are waking sort of apparitions, visions, whatever, things that are happening to them that they're seeing. Jade, Tabitha, they're walking in uh a wakeful state, right? Whereas like Kitty and some of the stuff that happened to those individuals with the cicadas, they were sleeping, which I don't know if that changes the game and the aspect of how it interacted with them.
Hmm.
Um Also, even with Jade, when he sees the soldiers, it seemingly interacted with the world around him until, like you said, he came back to, and then it didn't. So those didn't seem to have a lasting sort of impression. Even the kids, like, they touch all over her and she seemingly can feel them touching her, but then they're gone and there's nothing left from it, right? So those
But
seem to be
Father
different.
Khatri, yeah,
He's
and I
picking up
can give
stuff and
another.
interacting in the world.
Yeah, so I can give a few more examples of where if it is a vision, and that's a big if, bartender Tom takes a drink with Jade in the bar, and when Tom disappears, the glass is clearly moved. When Father Khatri picks up the bloody chess piece, when he disappears, the chess piece is where he moved it. So if it is a vision, they
Right.
they're clearly able to interact with the physical world, except when the Civil War soldier, of course, stabbed Jade and he didn't wake up with a stab wound. So
Right.
the question becomes, we need to categorize, perhaps, and I'm just speculating here,
Yes.
that we have clearly different types of visions, and these
Right.
different
Yeah.
types of visions have the ability to interact with the physical world of from.
And they seemingly will have rules to them because was it Tom that told Jade when he talked about how, season one perhaps, or season two, he was telling him how you have, it seems different or it's weird here, but no, there are rules. They're just not things that we're familiar with. The laws and the physics of this world do not per se follow what we know of sort of the rules of physics. So that, like you said, to classify things is very good because the way you have to just sort of know how from works. How do these different, I don't know, we want to call them spirits, whatever, the children, all these different things that are interacting with them or that they're interacting with, what are the rules behind these different sort of beings or creatures and things? The monsters, right? They have sort of their own rules and sort of physics that they're supposed to follow. Though we don't understand all of them, they seemingly do have a set of rules that they follow. There is some sort of law or nature or order to this world, although we don't understand what that is. Things seemingly happen in a certain pattern or certain order. Just the fact that it has continued to repeat this pattern. So there are rules to this. Trying to figure that out has been difficult though, because they do, like I said, we get certain things, visions, dreams, whatever, these different things that they're interacting with that interact with them differently. And I don't know if it's just because of whether they're awake and conscious that matters. If that increases the intensity of how it's able to have power or more strength in order to leave a lasting touch or impression. But then you get people like Sarah, who for her, a lot of these things seemingly when she does have an interaction with them, even though they don't leave a lasting impression as far as a mark, like the word that was trying to be embedded on her, it still does leave a lasting impression on her mind because of the fact that it causes such a trauma that she has the nosebleeds and stuff like that.
Excellent points. Again,
But we also
Kenny
saw Tabitha have a nosebleed.
Right.
And seizures are often common. So we have to look at it. We're trying to determine these rules, and why do some visions, for example, Kenny gets burned in his vision and he wakes up burned, or Boyd gets cut in his vision and he wakes up with a cut. But other visions where they're not, the physical manifestation of that vision does not appear in from, like you said, kill the boy. When Sarah wakes up, She doesn't have kill the boy on her arm. Why is that? What's the difference between those two types of experiences that the Frumlanders are, experiencing in the form of what we can call a vision? And again, that's why I go back and question. I'll repose the same question, which is, if Julie, in that scene in the dungeon, first she does appear to be in the present with herself and Randall and Mari. Then she's in the past with Martin and throws a rope, and then she's in the near past with Victor and her mother in the caves. So, what's the difference? What are these rules that Jade references? That bartender Tom references that they're just not natural to us. Why are the different visions? And I think that's a critical component to this whole story walking of Julie. If y'all agree, and I'll also add, if I may, one other question to this topic is, can you manifest the vision yourself? I think there is possible evidence that we can discuss that you can manifest the actual vision. Did Nathan's fears of cicadas actually, as Sarah suggests, manifest as cicadas in town? Was Boyd's fear of worms, did it manifest itself in worms in Martin's arm? Are these did Tilly's rain dance manifest the vision of the ballerina? Can you actually manifest a vision? And if you can manifest a vision, can you use it to your advantage? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Right. Even like how I'm trying to go through and find some screenshots.
I mean, I think the question is, are they causing some visions? And if they
right,
are
like
causing
even how
some
like
visions,
bartender,
then we have to really analyze. Maybe there's several categories of visions here, or perhaps several timelines.
All right, so I'm going to do a Dana thing here.
Yeah. Did I lose everyone?
Well, I want to call it the Freddy Krueger rule.
James,
damn it!
Can you not hear it?
Uh-oh.
Can you not hear us?
Did you lose us? Hello, hello.
Can you hear us?
I can hear you, Scarlett. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Hello, hello.
Somebody's cutting out.
Hello, hello.
I can hear James. I don't know why I can't.
Chat, can you hear us?
Yeah, everybody. I can hear you. Can you not hear James?
Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello.
Everyone.
I'm cut out.
I'm with Alice. Welcome. No, we can hear you. We can hear you, Robert.
I think he's having problems hearing us. Maybe.
All right. Well, he'll drop back in. We'll give him a minute. But even with Jade, he kind of called out to the world at one point. Was like, "Hey, give me a symbol, something, anything." But it was always weird how some of these things would pop up, even with our bartender, Father Cautry.
So what were you in the process of saying, James, about my favorite horror movie character of all times?
Oh, the Freddy Krueger rule is like you guys talking about the visions and why maybe Kenny got burned, but Jade didn't get hurt when he got stabbed, right? So in Nightmare on Elm Street, it was a similar thing where, if you're just in a dream versus if Freddy has entered the dream, how it affects the physical body kind of thing. So like, let me try to get it straight in my head. Like, I think Kenny's burn happened because it was a cicada, and that's like an actual supernatural thing. The Civil War soldier wasn't a supernatural thing necessarily. It was like a
psychic remnants.
Yeah. Like a memory, like a, something like that.
A ghost sort of, or well, you have kind of like that psychic remnants from the past that echo.
Right. But the cicadas were actually a real, curse or infection or whatever.
Present day sort of. like Freddy is. He was a real,
because
not real.
They were actually
he was an actual supernatural demon type
creature,
and, so he was able to interact.
Julie
presently.
and the other two, it affected them physically, as well. The cicadas,
right?
I don't know. It's hard, it's, you guys can word stuff a lot better. All this stuff, it's all jumbly in my head. It's hard.
Oh, jumbly mumbly. Welcome back, Robert. Can you hear us?
I sure can. I got cut out for some reason.
No worries. StreamYards does things sometimes and it'll mess us all up. I've had times where it has me completely roboted out, so you never know all the joys and fun of tech.
Well, to kind of piggyback on James's question there, is the kimono ghoul a vision?
And see, that's where From always gets tricky, right? Because just when we think we've kind of sorted out what these different kind of things are, they give us another one, right? And she was kind of thrown in there as well. And when she was first introduced, to me, the way she was introduced with the music box and everybody else having a vision or a dream, she did seem very much so like she was something else that was trying to be communicated via this melody with the music box. And we all thought it was Fatima in the sense that it was her, exactly her. So,
but wasn't she came vision in sometimes?
But see, she came in and interacted with the real world as a present thing, like the cicadas did, not like it's similar to the way that Father Khatri and the bartender interact in the world, but she was introduced as a dream, which again makes her it breaks what we thought we knew of the rules of how these things interact, because Father Khatri and them, they don't interact via dreams, they're interacting via real life, like real conscious awaken. They're seeing them and interacting with them, and she does both. Right? She interacts both on the conscious level when Elgin is awake, but she starts off slowly almost creeping into his mind the way the cicadas did, or the way that melody in the music box did its thing, where it started off as a dream and it built its way into the real world as a real sort of being or whatever, like, right? Because they've seen it in different forms, and then eventually it's like it burst out of that lady. It came out of, and it also burst out. They saw the cicadas burst out of Smiley, right? That was them coming out from that state into another state, and she piggybacked with that. And her character altogether is a mystery, because she was the one that kind of guided, like, midwife Smiley back into the world, and we see the cicadas burst out of him the same way they burst out of one of the victims, again being birthed. The cicadas were birthed through him, and she in turn birthed Smiley through Fatima. And all this happened within like the same kind of wonky sort of whatever we want to call the music box spell, magic, or whatever. So again, I don't know where to place her, because she is a oddball, because she interacted with the real world, but she did not start off as something like Father Khatri or Boyd, where yes, they're sort of like a spirit or a memory or whatever we want to call them, but they interact with the real world, but they did not start off as a nightmare or a dream, because they were clearly dreams. That was a clear nightmare that they were portraying all these different things. Smiley coming back, the cicada burn, all those were like nightmares that they were having. They were visions, but they were nightmarish visions of what was to come. And I still don't even understand what it was that Elgin's dreams, the first one he had of her, of him drowning, it didn't make any sense. It's still to this day, I can't quite sort that one. Like, I get sort of the other stuff where she's coming in later and trying to get his attention, but that made no sense. Like, because we haven't seen her drown anything or even drown him. What was that about?
Well, so if I understand correctly, she starts as a dream when she tries to drown him, but she physically interacts with the real world by drowning him. She appears later, and Tilly can see his vision. So when Elgin has the vision of her in Colony House, that incorporates a second individual, right? Which is Tilly, much like Boyd incorporated Ellis in his vision in the dungeon. And then she actually starts interacting with the physical world through the camera, right? And in fact, interacts with Boyd by sending him a picture,
of what was in the
his
real
lake house.
world of like the present day, seemingly, allegedly.
Yeah, so she's perhaps started as a vision or a dream, but she has morphed into
powerful.
Something that can control cameras.
Right. She's more powerful than just, that's what I said. She's unique. She is not just one of like the soldiers or whatever they see when even the children coming up to them to a degree. She's got a little bit more power than even they do, it seems like. Like she was working all kinds of ways. Even as if we're just going to say on a base level of a spirit, she's a high level spirit, because I mean, her level of it, for her to have a picture on that camera of Boyd's house, that's even on the spirit level of any kind of like sci-fi you want to talk, that's high level. They're not playing around. So whatever she is, and I don't know what she is, because she breaks the rules of what we thought was going on with the music box and how she came in with it. Like that's just a whole bunch of conundrums and stuff that my brain does get to hurting when we talk about her.
So is she the same as the boy in white? I mean, he's able to leave from and appear to Tabitha in the real world. Does she have the same powers as the boy in white?
Possibly, if not more, only because we don't know what all the boy in white has. We don't know if he's able to bring. Again, the ballerina was interesting because it came in, and I'm trying to think, did anyone ever see the ballerina other than Boyd?
No,
he was seemingly past. Well, no, he was awake the one time. No, he was awake with Kenny. I'm sorry, I'm trying to remember. I got to think of how it takes place, because the way these, however we want to call them, the way they take place, especially when the music box is introduced, it changes the game up a whole. It's like a whole new layer of like physics and rules and fuckery. Oh God, what do I want to call that one? Again, it seemed like one that's, I don't want to call it powerful like her. It seemed like one that was more foretelling or trying to guide him to a degree. Whereas that spirit, the one that we're talking about with Elgin, what she was trying to have done seemed a little more, it seemed more intense, I guess. I mean, maybe similar, but again, I feel like what she was doing with the camera and able to bring in a picture like that. She did some other stuff too, but that one right there is very unique. Like, I mean, yes, okay, she was the midwife, and that's all creepy and what have you. But her being able to bring something into from through an electronic device like that, or it's not, I guess you can call it electronic device like that. And it's not even like it's something like of his house. Like there's no way she could, that's some super level supernaturalness going on there. I don't even know. The only other way you can explain that is in the nothing is real and they're all just in a simulation.
No.
Well, Dana, it's either supernatural, and I'm saying high, supernatural sci-fi crazy wackiness, or it's a simulation. To me, it's got to be one or the other, because there's that picture alone sets up a whole new level of rules. No, I mean that picture's trips everything out from what. As soon as I see it, I remember, whoa, hold up, that's not. It can pull that into there to scare you, and and she was threatening. I don't care what about. She was threatening Boyd.
So on the Julie thing, real quick, going back to she can't change anything, even though she did the rope thing, which is kind of a paradox in itself. But what if she can't change anything? That her purpose is more I can go story walk and go back and see stuff and how it happened. So then I can come back and tell Tabitha and Jade so they can figure this shit out. You know, maybe she's just can be a witness to something, that information that they need, instead of, you know, them trying to figure everything out. And like Victor won't tell them stuff when he should have, and, you know, the whole story and all that kind of stuff. Maybe Julie will be able to go back and maybe even find, you know, I see a scene in the upcoming season of her going back when Victor's sister runs out of the thing, following her maybe and seeing what happens to her. Maybe finding her or something like that. You know, what do you guys think about that?
Interesting, because I still think that she's alive.
She could be.
So-
I mean, we hadn't seen a body, so saw a grave
And
marker.
again, like James just said, Victor's memory never is 100% clear of what he knows or sees or tells. So like he wasn't able to really tell if that was his sister's body. He just assumed. So who's to say that his sister's not out there somewhere? But where and with who is the question.
Let's see. Nick L says, what if the kimono woman was the cicada monster queen? Cicadas in some cultures are a symbol of feminine, and she definitely looked like she fit the bill. Famine? I'm bad. Famine. Y'all could correct me. Y'all know I can't read.
Interesting.
Let's see what else we got. We got a lot of stuff in the chat I'm trying to get to. Let's see. Bill Chill says, the dream is often a subconscious, imaginative experience during sleep, while a vision is typically a clear conclude. Oh my God. All right, hang on. I'm not ready for this, Data. All right, hey. While
Sorry,
a vision is
I'm not in front of
typically
the
a
computer.
clear, conscious and intentional mental picture of a future goal or message, often requiring a plan. I think. Thank you, Bill Chill. I ruined it and butchered the shit out of it. But indeed. Debbie says Victor has PTSD and is malnourished from eating only peaches for 40 years. That's true. That's true. Yes, all the pocket dimensions. Say it's femininity and resurrection. Well, maybe it was supposed to be femininity, and I said family. You know what? Either way, I could believe both. I would believe that they were for maybe for femininity or for famine, because they do like to suck the tree sap. But either way, it's fine with me. We'll continue on. See, Samuel, Donna and Eloise have similar deaths. Unidentifiable bodies. The monsters don't usually damage faces. True. It was famine. Okay, there you go. Thank you, guys. I'll figure it out eventually. Let's see. We got anything else up here? I'm trying to scroll back up. I'm talking about the kimono lady. Nick says she may have pushed him under the water to wake him up due to the situation at the time. Elgin may have thought she saved him at that point, hence the angel thing. And I guess, but see, to me, it was like, I don't know, man. She just, I mean, I guess it's possible. I don't like the kimono lady. She's just all kinds of crazy. But yeah. Well, I don't know. There's lots of different kinds of visions and things. And eventually we'll have a murder board that has mapped everything out so beautifully by the time they wrap up the final season. Maybe we'll have all the pieces.
Possibly.
So I took some notes here of our conversation as it.
Oh, nice.
Because I kind of wanted to wrap it up and kind of bring it back to the Christmas Carol where we started. Right. That I think all of us are correct if you want to know the truth. So first, let's start with, there might be three types of visions, right? So much like the ghost of Christmas past, present, and future, we might have dreams, nightmares, and weird premonitions of the future. So when we see visions, some are of the past, some are of the present, and some are predicting the future. Perhaps, for example, Smiley's return. And then secondly, another great point that y'all made was that some visions might be a manifestation of the residents' actions. Maybe the worms were a manifestation of Boyd's comments, or maybe Nathan's fears manifested the cicadas. In contrast, other visions are clearly from an outside third party. Kill the boy vision of Sarah's seems to have been deliberately imprinted on her arm by a third party or a third party entity, maybe team good, maybe team bad. The third thing that we discussed was visions can occur when you're asleep or when you're awake. Does that matter? It may, because when you're asleep, perhaps you're more vulnerable, like Kenny's arms, and whereas Jade was awake when he was stabbed with the bayonet from the Civil War soldier. So maybe being awake, like Paula, who died while she was asleep, having the dream, maybe those visions are more dangerous. I don't know. Fourth, you can have a vision outside of From. Tabby had the vision of the boy in white in the real world. Elgin had the vision of the boy in white on the bus before it entered From. Father Khatri had what he thought was a voice of God talking to him, telling him to get in his car. So there's examples of perhaps visions can occur both inside and outside of From. Another point y'all made I thought was, absolutely fantastic, is that physical, in some visions, the injury you sustained can be brought back to From, but also physical objects themselves, such as Boyd's torch. He took that, if it was a vision and he wasn't clearly in 1864 past, then he removed an object from a vision. And I think that's pretty interesting. So those are some of kind of the points that we made. And the last one is there a hierarchy? Can you start as a vision or a dream like the kimono ghoul and then manifest in the real world of From and then start to interact with the world of From? Do you have to follow this series of progressions? Great questions tonight.
Absolutely. And so we see all kinds of different things, and then that doesn't even include. Hello? Can you not hear us again? Oh no. Did we lose Robert? He lost us again.
Are you still there?
We're still here.
We are.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no, he can't hear us. We're here. I promise. We can hear you. He'll join right back, I'm sure. But even this moment here, again, and that just scratches the surface of From. That doesn't even include the trees from which some did not make it through their journey. Hey, Robert, you're back. Can you hear us now?
Can you hear me now?
Yep, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I got kicked out again. I don't know why.
It happens, man. Dude, all the internet problems and stuff that we've had are just tech problems. We've had nights where me and Dana have been kicked out or dropped out, all kinds of stuff. But I was just saying, that all those things just sort of scratch the surface of From. That doesn't even include the faraway trees, and the travels were sort of not so good travels some have encountered with the trees and all the different things that From has to offer.
Yeah, I absolutely agree.
But there's a lot. And again, we did a little bit of getting back into From, but there's still so much, like even with Victor and his dad and all the little things that they kind of went through with their little journey into the caves and back. I'm trying to, like I said, there's so much. I mean, we scratched the surface a little bit and we did our kind of look back and road for, and what's to come. But great job, Robert. Absolutely great job.
I really, really want to say thank you. And I appreciate you guys taking the time to invite me on. And listen to my crazy theories. And normally I stay in the shadows, but it's been an honor to be on your show.
Oh man, it's always
We
an
love
honor to
you,
have
Robert.
you. Right, you're the best, and I look forward to hearing what great theories you have as we get ready for another great season. And we got quite a cast left over from all of the trauma of last season. We even have our guy here. He's him, Marielle, and Julie. All three of them have a long road of recovery and are still being sort of messed with. So we'll have to wait and see how that unfolds. Again, what the lasting impression of the music box with them, it doesn't seem to be gone. It still seems to be haunting them a little bit. If we want to call it a haunting, I guess, right? It's like a haunting. But yeah, a lot of things. A lot of good things to come. Yes, man, Robert. Again, thank you.
Thanks to the chat too. You guys are so supportive, and I see a lot of great friends in the chat, and maybe I can come back on and present the color theory before season 4 starts.
Oh yeah, yes. We'll try to work that out for sure.
Yeah, Nick and I have worked for months and months and months discussing different theories. Nick is, by the way, you should have him on your show. He's a fantastic theorist, but he's quite good at analyzing almost every detail, and he's been helping me. And we've come up with a few joint theories that maybe we can convince him to come on, and we'll present it before season 4.
Oh yeah, well we can definitely, me and Dana, we'll put a channel in the Discord. If you guys will set up a stream sometime here soon, maybe in the next month or so, or a week before, maybe before they drop the first trailer or something, or right after, where we'll do let the chat come up and give their theories before the season.
Nick knows he's always welcome. He don't even have to ask.
Oh, of course. But I mean, for any of you guys in the chat, maybe we'll do like a special night or 2 or 3 or whatever, however many it takes for all you guys to come up and give your theories. If you want to come up before the season starts, we'll set some stuff up. You always know, hit us up in the Discord. But Nick and Robert, all you guys, you're more than welcome anytime you wanna hop on. All you have to do is ask. It doesn't even matter if we're just hanging out. You're more than welcome. It doesn't have to be from anytime.
Well, thank you. And I'm going to jump off, but thanks again. And I just want to say thanks to the chat and thanks to everyone in the Discord. We've created a family here of just really welcoming individuals, and I really want to say thank you.
Thank you, Robert.
You.
Yes.
Thank you, James.
You will always be special to us, Robert, no matter what. And you are just one of our favorite people in the whole wide world.
Well, thank you, and good night. I know y'all are jumping on a different topic, and I'll listen in.
Yes, we're going to get ready to talk some Fallout, as they're 3 episodes into the season 2. Sorry, again, when you start to shuffle from shows, man, I'm telling you.
Once your brain gets on From, it's so hard to turn off.
It's hard to get off.
It is.
Good night, guys. Merry Christmas
night.
And Happy New Year.
Same to you, Robert.
Happy New Year. Have a safe night, and we'll see you real soon.
Same to you, Robert.
Thank you.
Oh, his brain. I just love his brain.
Let me do a thing real quick. This is just so we can... there we go. Now you're in the middle again, James.
Yeah, he puts it together well. That's the thing. Like I could sit here and ramble, and y'all still wouldn't understand what I was trying to say. He says it well, where you can understand.
And he can remember. It's like I'll start rambling and forget what I was actually originally trying to say. I'm like, damn it! I had a thing, and I started getting into it, and now I forgot. Well, oh well. No, he did.
You have
really
to see
good.
his spreadsheets. His spreadsheets of shit are phenomenal.
He's always been really good with that, though. The numbers and stuff, to be able to set and really logically put it all together. Well, that's why we go to Robert for a lot of things when we were doing our theory crafting.
Yep.
I'm rearranging myself real quick from to Fallout, so bear with me. This is a good time. What is it, like intermission? Get your drinks, go to the bathroom. Welcome, how dear. Welcome. We just got done talking some From. We're getting ready to start talking the next episode of Fallout. And yes, thank you, Robert. You're absolute pleasure, and we always enjoy you. You're welcome anytime.
Yes.
Yes, folks, this is a good time to refill anything that you have. Go take a potty break. All those things as I rework my files. I gotta click things. You can't see. Don't look at my file folders.
I really enjoy his color theory too. The color theory of stuff was also really, really, really good.
Right.
Because now, like, even when I watch other shows now, I look at colors.
Mm-hmm. Welcome, Carl D.
To see kind of
Thank
what
you, thank you.
like what they could possibly be insinuating with colors and stuff.
Right. Yeah, I'm almost there. I'm just trying to get to the start of these.
Oh yes, everybody, you guys gotta go check out Debbie's art. She just put up this piece of artwork that is one of my favorites that she's done of the Native American, and it is so interesting the way she put it into, like, you get to like watch it as she's like doing it, and like almost like a flip book. Think of like a flip book, you know, those old fashioned kind of books that would
Right.
like show you this. Like, it's so awesome, so awesome.
Nice. You guys definitely go check her out. Give her some love. But I'm gonna take a potty break and we'll be right back real quick.
Yes, Nico is barking at me. I'm going to go
So
let
yes,
out
guys, take a
doggy
moment
child.
and welcome Carl and I don't know, James, give us like 2 minutes. I don't know, strum on the guitar or something. We love you guys. Just give us a moment. We'll be right back.
Well, what are we doing this weekend,
see
James?
you.
We're doing some Stranger Things tomorrow night, and then I think we're going to be talking some dairy on Sunday.
Yeah. I was gonna say bye to Samuel. He says he's behind on stuff, so appreciate you showing up. Yeah, tomorrow night, Stranger Things, and Sunday, Dairy. Welcome to Dairy.
Whoop whoop. Oh,
Yep.
go ahead.
Two kids on bicycles adventure stories. You know, trivia question, what is considered a kids on bikes adventure story?
My headset cut in and out as I was letting Nico out. What was the question?
It's a trivia question. What's the first kids on bikes adventure story considered to be the first?
The Goonies?
Just like a couple years before that.
Oh, geez, what was before that?
Good night, Samuel.
What was before the Goonies? Oh, Billy got it. Damn it.
Yep.
E.T.?
Yep. E.T. Yep.
What's up, Billy?
Yeah, well, I did a review. I want to do some movie reviews on my channel starting this year, and E.T.'s one of them.
Oh, nice. Billy, you can drop your links for your comic book, hun, if you would like. So everyone go check him out. He's got a comic book. It's there. It's coming if it's not already. It's phrasing somewhere there. But awesome, James. You can talk about some ET. I'm sorry. I'm trying to catch up with everything.
Yeah. E.T. Bunch of different movies.
Nice.
Some apocalypse stuff, but
Ooh.
other stuff too, you know, outside of that Walking Dead type realm of things.
Right. Well, there's a lot of good apocalypse type worlds out there, whether it be kind of like a zombie type, even just in the zombie I should say zombie virus category, where, you know, something's been unleashed upon the world, whether it's like an actual Resident Evil type virus or just some other kind of nanovirus or any kind of, like, there's a few different things out there.
Right. I'm going to do a review on this one story. I don't know if anybody's ever watched it. It's a cartoon or animated story. It's called Watership Down. Have you ever heard of that?
I have not. I don't think I have.
Watership Down. It's actually an apocalyptic story, but it's rabbits.
Rabbits? Did I hear that? like bunny rabbits.
Yeah, it's rabbits.
Oh,
You know, they
shit.
talk and stuff. They're the characters, and it follows them. It's their story, and the apocalypse comes from they're in their burrows, and suddenly everything starts caving in, and the earth is getting ripped up, and you know, it's a development coming through, and it's destroying their world, and to them, it's an apocalypse.
Right? Oh,
So-
shit. And Great Girl says, yes, it's a classic. Bunnies. And welcome, Tank Ferret. Happy New Year's to you as well, hun. Welcome, everyone, as we're transitioning from.
Billy, you'll have to keep reminding us in the Discord and stuff. Like I lose track and forget to keep up with stuff. So let us know about that comic. You know, keep us informed. I forget.
Yes,
sometimes.
you got to come back on and talk some more about it because I'm horrible. I want to hear you tell me about it. Come play with me, Billy. But how would you phrase this? We're transitioning from the Fallout. from
to Fallout. Yeah, from.
Sounds good to me.
Say that.
Say that 5 times.
Jinx.
Damn it, Dana. We gotta stay out of each other's heads. It's getting dangerous.
It is.
But no, can't wait. We're looking forward to a trailer real soon for From. But for now, we do have the world of Fallout, talking about apocalyptic worlds. And they're 3 episodes into the season. So far, I've enjoyed the first 2 episodes, and I have me and Carl watched the third one together as well, and it was actually pretty good. It was pretty comical, especially because I have made some poor choices as well in the game. I didn't want to give up my weapons in the game, Dana. I may or may not be on good terms with the casino. And, you know, Lucy has learned that she may or may not have made some good or bad choices with the
What a
weekend.
waste. What a waste.
Well, you know, had she been in Fallout 3 in that area, the DC area, the golden rule might have been applied a little bit better. But here in New Vegas, let me tell you, Dana, no. But the ghoul had it right when he decided to kind of still be with the NCR, because they're about the only ones I've met in the wasteland so far of New Vegas playing the game that I like. Like all these other people are just complete total assholes. And I'm not saying the NCR are great. Don't get me wrong. They're not. But as far as people of the wasteland, if you had to go to someone for assistance, they would be about the only ones I would go to. How do you feel about that, Carl?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, even them, it's like, you know, they're the police state of New Vegas, I would say, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So you have to still, you know, do you really want these retards with the guns around you?
Right. And he's an asshole. This guy here is an asshole. And again, when you're talking about like the Brotherhood, the New Commonwealth,
isn't it?
I know, right? That was good. All these different chapters of the Brotherhood, and they talked about that codex and stuff like that. Again, it changes with each chapter, right? They kind of have like a set of rules, but then again, each chapter doesn't really truly follow them, because some of them give more power to different sort of things within their groups.
Some of them follow it by the book, and then you have others, because you got to remember, like even in Fallout 3, remember you met the Outcast, right?
Right.
So
even in this one, that one
they
group that the ghoul went to, that lady out there, she was in favor of the ghoul. She gave him, like, she was someone who even told this dude, like, he was kind of like, screw the ghoul, but she was like, no, this ghoul's cool, we got a good reputation with him, and even gave him medicine, knowing, you know, and I thought he was going to just totally, I thought he had screwed him. I really did. Like, when he walked away, I didn't think he was going to take their side in the end, but he did.
He knew the way. He's already been through this before, it seems. You know what I mean?
Well, not just that, but them going back to his past and showing his Marine stories and stuff like that.
And how he had
like
the lighter
for him to go back
like
for Lucy did speak a lot about him. Because to be fair, me and you talked about it in Discord. I was at one point like, I wouldn't go back for her. Does he really need her? I mean, he does, but can he just go get her head?
It's kind of showing that how he has still human ways, even though he's been out there in that wasteland for 200 years. He still carries that way. That's why he looks at that lighter and remembers who he once was. You know what I mean? He was actually not what he is now, what he has to be. He has to do what he has to do to get by. Kind of
Right.
what he did to them. You know what I mean? He was like, "Yeah, how you doing, guys?" And then he was like, "Well, he had to do what he had to do to go get Lucy."
Well, I did like how when he sees Lucy or whatever originally up here, and he kind of sees her and he's like, "Well, what do you think about that golden rule now there, Miss Lucy?" And then he looks over and he sees the line of the Legion where they're like divided and shit, and he's like, "What the
Yeah.
fuck?" And he's just like, "What in the
But
fuck is going on here?"
and see, as we've seen it, he used that to his advantage. So that's another thing. Like you use the people to what you need them to do for you.
Right, because he's been around since before the Fallout, but he was again when we first encountered him season 1. He's not necessarily been awakened. He was in the grave and stuff. I think being used
Yeah.
for purposes at
Who
the
knows
time.
how long he was really in there?
So
Could have been
he
100
last he
years.
knew is that he didn't. So this Civil War, of course, has kind of happened, and he knows how to play them, right? Because even when he walked up, he knew how to greet them. Even though he did it in a sarcastic way, I forget the exact word he used, but he did greet them as like however the fuck you greet each other.
Yeah.
And we got our dude here, Mr. Macaulay Culkin. He's come a long way in the world. I think
With
he's
his
going to be the next
character,
leader.
if looking at his mask, you'll learn more what that all means.
Right. I think he's going to be the next
So
leader after
will
what
we
happened.
see him anymore?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, he's not gone. Because in the trailers, I swear they showed more shots of him than what we've seen.
Well, and if you know the way that he acts a little bit smarter than the rest of them. You know what I mean? They kind of all are like in their own little clique doing their thing. He's kind of
He
like he's one
he
step
got
ahead
what
of
she was saying when she made that Caesar reference.
Right.
exactly. So that's like he's a little bit smarter than the others who are all they're doing their brainwash thing.
With Alice's, I was thinking that perhaps he sees his daughter in her, so he went back for her. Yeah, definitely he could. It could be something like that, and also I think it's just the fact that he's a better guy than what she thinks,
And
but she doesn't realize how bad it is out there. Like he let her know in his own sort of colorful way.
Well,
Like
she got a piece of it when she went out of her way by choosing to save that girl over even the ghoul. And
Right.
what happened? Literally,
exactly.
chick got her throat slit in a matter of 2 seconds. So all that was absolutely a waste.
Yep.
And I'm thinking the ghoul knows more than we think he knows about his family. I think he knows exactly what really happened. He just wants to find out for himself to figure out if that's really what it is, and
And
to
is
know
he
where
going
his
to
daughter is.
use Lucy as a bartering tool when the time comes when they finally do meet House and her dad?
Exactly, because
Or is
that
he
is
really? Because I mean, she is kind of like he does seem to not care about her, but he went back for her, and I mean, other than the fact that she's got the pit boy, I guess that would be the only reason he needs her. But maybe he could get that
that's
without
one
having to
reason.
save her.
But like, if you look at the way her father
Because I'm
acts,
sure
he
the
still
way they were talking and the way he was trying to barter, I'm sure he could have bartered for that without having to have her safety.
yeah. But the way that them pit boys work is like a lot of people. You can't just pick one up and use it unless it's like
Oh, he
I
takes the
mean,
whole.
they
I
can,
seen it in
yeah.
that one fan show. They took the whole arm and used it. It
Well,
was
yeah,
attached
they
to
had
the
the
arm.
arm because that was still
Well, okay, so he
technically
pays for the
attached.
pit boy and the arm. How many caps for an arm and a pit boy?
I mean, you can
They
just
can
cut
keep
off an
the rest
arm.
of her and her what did they call it? Her what they were discussing when she clearly told them that she was no longer a virgin.
Oh, what was the word they used?
I forget the words they used.
Yeah, I do. Words are hard.
She looked at him and was like, "How dare you?"
Right?
Not,
Especially she's
not,
like, and the cousin stuff.
yeah. I have
Not
a
to
whole
mention,
page of cousin stuff alone. But then what I was saying about her father as well, like if you look at the way he treated that one guy, he didn't come with his family. So even though her father is like a complete douchebag, he still seems to think about family as a thing. So that could still be a bartering tip to the gold with Lucy, because he can still it's still his daughter regardless of how much of an
right?
asshole he is.
Well, he could just let him know. Well, I left her out there with the Legion. I mean, the rest of her.
Yeah. I mean,
I
you
left
know,
her
you can
hanging there.
figure it out.
You
You
can
can
go get
figure
her.
it all
Go
out.
get her, Daddy. Go save her. Go fight the Legion. Well, there's 2 legions, right? Well, I don't know. We'll see. There might be one
Well,
combined legion after the end of this episode. We'll see which legion
it seemed
survives.
like they was figuring it out at the end.
They were doing something there at the end.
And like I was saying about the Brotherhood as well, like with the Codex thing, like a lot of that like goes deep into like how the Enclave think. Like they're like everybody who's not in the shelter is a mutant, so kill them all. Well, the
Right.
Brotherhood don't quite do that, except some of them are kind of that way. Like they don't like super mutants, and like how that happened. You know, he was like go to one side, smooth skin, go to the
Right.
other side. And a lot of the other brotherhoods don't think that way, because that's one reason why you had factions that broke off, like the Outcasts and like some others. But they're
Right.
all
And at this
brought
point, this
back
was
at this
after the
point.
game, so it seems to be factioned even more, right? Because even
Yeah,
within this particular area of New Vegas, which in the game includes California, Nevada,
yeah, all
what
of
have
them.
you, that whole sort of what West Coast.
Yeah,
There's like what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 factions that we know of, 6 factions even to a degree, because this part of the Commonwealth or whatever the new Re- California Republic, this
yeah,
guy here,
Commonwealth is different.
he is not. He's part of that, but so was that other lady that the ghoul talked to, and she's got different outlooks on the ghouls than this gentleman. But they're both
Yeah,
part of the NCR, so
and that's
that lets you know that even within the NCR, so within the Brotherhood that we've seen with Maximus, there's at least 4 or 5 factions, and then within the Commonwealth or the NCR, seemingly are factions or chapters.
yeah, because at this point the brotherhood, like they used to be like, okay, you're born in the brotherhood pretty much, in the true brotherhood. And
Right,
they wouldn't let outsiders in. The only thing they wanted was the technology. If you're an outsider, they were just going to get rid of you. Like they would build a vault pretty much and just eliminate you if you're in their way, pretty much, just like the Enclave used to do. But a
right.
lot of them have branched off to this. But at this point, they're all trying to come together because obviously they've been 2 wars and there's less of them, so they have to accept outsiders. And just like they did Maximus, he wasn't born that way, but he was let into the Brotherhood, and he's raised to be what he is.
Right. I
That's
can't
not a
wait to
thing
see
they're
what
supposed to do.
is gonna happen for Maximus, because after this, like, and again, as we go through this episode even more, we'll talk about the choices. Which in New Vegas, I was talking to Carl after we watched the episode, and I said, no, I feel it because when I'm playing New Vegas now, and I hadn't played it even that much, but just in comparison to Fallout 3, the amount of choices and sort of things that you have to do to get through a task are almost overwhelming to a degree, because like, yeah, there were choices in 3, don't get me wrong, everything I did had a choice whether you were going to help them or not help them, but it wasn't too difficult to kind of decipher who, like, where the parties sort of stood or what they stood for, and kind of who was good or bad, if you want to call it good or bad. In New Vegas, I'm having a hard time. I'm struggling because I'm like, well, other than the NCR or I haven't really met too many other Brotherhood type individuals yet. I wouldn't trust anybody in that world. Like, there's not too many people. I mean, yeah, there's some towns I'd save or whatever, just to save the towns from anything imminent danger or something that's just coming in, like slavers or something like that. But when I'm running amongst just like random groups, I'm like, no, I'm not helping
So,
that group.
see, in the game, the New Vegas game, at that point, you got to remember the Brotherhood was still fighting after they did the whole big thing after 3 and stuff, right? So they're kind of still broke up and trying to get back together, but they're showing they accomplished that. That's what they're doing in the show right now, and they're showing you that
Right.
they've
And it's a
actually
whole
come back.
totally different area too, because even the way, like, some of the folks I've interacted with in the game where I'm at now, where I just got into the strip, right? We left off the last time I played. I was in the strip and I kind of fucked up with the casino. And
Yeah,
Robot Victor, which we see in this episode, was telling me to go to Mr. House and all that kind of good stuff. Um, the people right on the outskirts, and even as I've kind of interacted along the way, have talked about how hard it is there. And it seems a little bit more difficult there than it does in Fallout 3. Like even the kind of creatures I've interacted with, I've had to interact like them Deathclaws area was completely, it was nothing like what I experienced in Fallout 3. Yeah, I experienced some Deathclaws, don't get me wrong. Nothing like when I was walking across that field. I was like, they continuously were respawning and just on like I would turn around and there would be one. I turn around, there was two. I turn around, next thing you know, there was like 6 of them. I was like, where in the fuck are they even coming from?
Well, you got to remember the way that's working with most of the creatures as well. That virus, where they were doing all these experiments, like that. If you the first season, the very first episode, how the Enclave was like experimenting with the dog, and then he had the stuff and all that shit. Whatever the
dog that still goes
virus,
around with the ghoul.
Yeah, that dog meat. Well,
yeah, they were doing all kinds of stuff in that area. Yeah, where our guy
you got to remember, even what they would do is they would do these experiments, and then wherever them experiments were taken, if they went wrong, they would just let them loose.
Right, and they even referenced that in this episode with the guy Max that you were talking about, or Brotherhood Elder talks about that. And talks about how he, you know, kind of the reason he broke away was because of how he saw the government or the part of the government that was with this group was doing all these experiments on humans that were just catastrophic or just ridiculously wild and crazy. And so, you know, went against what they said, or he would reference against his God. And that's why he broke away from that particular faction or that group and formed his own chapter.
That's how the Brotherhood was formed, period, because they worked for the government, right?
Right. It's like, the more you tell me, it started kind of like with basically the Enclave, and then you kind of got the Brotherhood, and then they broke away even from the Enclave, because when I played it, it was the Brotherhood versus the Enclave.
Yeah, because
over in DC.
At that point,
and they had like the Enclave had a president that was like the computer, and we had to take that out, or you could choose to help it, and it didn't seem like it was very nice what he wanted you to do.
Well, that's because at that point, that computer that you fought, he was around for what I think it was like about 150, 200 years, and he basically studied all the old presidents, all the old school government and stuff, right? And so what happened was when during 2, when all this stuff happened and the Brotherhood actually came, the Enclave government basically got shut down because they were always like a shadow government, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
And they had a war, and that president basically was gone. So that computer took it upon himself to be like, I'm the president, and he contacted somebody that was in an oil rig, and that oil rig was pretty much the last of the Enclave.
Mm-hmm.
So he rebuilt them and basically played, and his commander guy, the guy that killed in the water treatment thing, that guy.
Right, that asshole. I took his finger.
Yeah, he was the one who first was like, well, he was the only one that was allowed to go talk to the computer, so he knew that he was just a guy.
Yeah, he was a real asshole. I did not appreciate him at all.
But he used that to his advantage to make
himself. Me out twice. Like every time we were like, oh, we got it, we win. Oh, you piece of shit. He'd come in with some fucking bullshit and knock us out. I'm like, you rigger.
But pretty much during that time frame, this all happened like in 2, like when we were talking about the Brotherhood thing. What happened was like, you had the Maximus dude. I think he was Maximum, not Maximus. That's why I got him confused.
I know because they call Maximus that we have now in the Brotherhood.
Yeah,
there was a member of the Brotherhood called Max. This guy references him and what happened.
He was the first guy, and what happened with him.
And that's this chapter, which is kind of cool. The fact that you said that Maximus kind of reminds you of him, because that's what this chapter is from. I think, right? His order, or whatever his chapter started with that guy. From what he said at the table, made me think that.
Actually, I think it might be the other guy that got his head split at the end. That might be that he might be coming. So they followed the Codex more.
Okay. I thought the way he was saying, I'll have to go back and rewatch it, but I thought he was referencing it like.
Yeah, I have to. It's confusing.
His order, his chapter, or whatever their chapter. But
that's
real quick,
I
poured a shot because we always have to get wasted in the wastelands, because I'm telling you, it's New Vegas and everyone there is just peaches and cream and delightful and make you want to have a shot at every corner and every road sign.
But I'll wrap up that story short.
Cheers.
What happened was, like, he ended up, like, he was following orders, right? So he figured out that his orders was that they were doing these experiments, making the super mutants again, which that's one of the things they fought in Fallout 1 with swords.
Okay.
So he ended up like going through all the scientists and being like, are we being, or what are you doing? Are you doing this for a government or yourself? And they all said for the government. And every time they said that, he killed them. So he went through and he finally went to the last one, and it finally dawned on him that they wasn't lying. And the dude that ran the place, he went insane and locked himself in a room and ended up deleting himself. And he waited until the other people were to talk to him, and they never came back to talk to him. So he was like, you know what, I'm just going to go do my own thing. And that's how the Brotherhood was formed.
Right. Sorry, I had to unmute.
But that's what he was all talking
Definitely
about.
a lot of history when you get into it, because they show us a little bit when we see the ghoul Cooper go back to his sort of past, and we get to see a little bit of the Enclave and or Brotherhood, because we see the same ships, not ships, airplanes that the pilot has. It's like the same or similar style as what Cooper is kind of had in the past. So that lets you know like a little bit of the history, even if you don't know the full history, you know, like they're connected, but yet as we can see here over time they have sort of factioned off or broken up, and even with him trying to bring together the different chapters, they don't even like each other, right? Like each chapter is kind of talking shit to each other. And within those chapters, like what the one guy says, we don't even let women speak. The other one's his members of his order chapter, they're having stuff done with robots or whatever that was about.
Yeah.
So
and one of the big things is the main Brotherhood. One of the things is, you know, they're like technology. You bring it to us, and some of the other groups are like, well, we want to use that technology for ourselves, and that's a big thing with them all too.
And he kind of references that too. Like he said, he was talking about this particular chapter, how the monks or whatever seemingly have more power, running around with little cockroaches kind of scurrying about. Whereas he says in his particular chapter or group, the soldiers get seemingly the way he's talking, they get more of the power to do kind of what they want. But yet again, he followed the codex to, I guess, to the T in a degree, no abomination.
Yeah.
Whereas other orders and chapters kind of differentiate the ghouls, right, from the feral, non-feral.
Yeah, and sometimes they even work with them and stuff because just, you know, the species.
Right, which was really curious too, because all right, so he recognizes Maximus as a soldier, but not just like a smart soldier even or something. I don't know. He recognizes something in Maximus that he really wants to capitalize on, and he's trying to work with him. He sees him, I guess, as one of the leaders of the group to a degree, and he knows he's not going to be able to get the chip from the elders, so he's trying to work through Maximus. But I don't know what I was trying to figure out how he thinks that he's gonna. What is he just gonna like sneak in and grab it or something? Like just for talking shit about how the elders are assholes. I mean, of course the elders are assholes. They've been assholes to him from the start.
And I think he picks up on that, and he's trying to use Maximus for that to be like, hey, why don't you just work with me? Because your little suit is, you know, they're not good. They suck.
Right, and he's sitting here trying to give him little like gifts. He's like, "Oh, come with me. You know, we don't need a pilot. I'm a pilot here. You want to fly the plane? I got a nice suit of armor. Yeah, they give us extras, man. Like, you don't have an extra, like kind of deal. You know, I was like, what the fuck, bro? And even, but what was interesting is like how they picked up. There was a signature for this factory that was like still running, and I'm like, well, how did they get to decide if like they claimed this factory?
Well, they picked up the technology they was using, so that's what they do. They're like, there's technology there. Let's go. And that's why they went to that robot.
That's some rare shit. Like he just comes in, and okay, I get like, fine, you took the bot out or whatever, because you're like, well, what's going on here? And the bot starts shooting at you. But when they figured out like there was some people here that like nobody was in this factory, nobody's doing anything with it. It's not like people can really claim anything anymore. Like in the regard of like, it's not like the NCR was here claimed this property.
Yeah.
So for them to like go after the kids and stuff, and I get the whole, you know, with the ones are supposed to be abominations, but come on, man, they're not hurting nobody. They was just making caps, yo. I mean, look at all the caps, Carl.
Well, the thing with that is like is that for the Brotherhood? And
Right. He was
that's how they
trying to seize all
live.
the cats. I gotta go back to the start of the episode. I had a thing, Carl, where it shows. Here it is.
All
You know
the
how?
time.
Oh my god! You know how much I want to be in that factory right now.
And if you really look, that's not Nuka-Cola caps either, so that could be
It's,
telling us something.
it's the Sunset Factory, which I don't
So,
think I've run into yet, but I know there's got to be a Sunset Factory because we went to the Nuke Cola factory. So I'm assuming if Sunset is the main cola here, which they still do have the Nuke Cola, I imagine there's a factory somewhere. There usually is. I just haven't run across it yet.
yeah, because
Which
that's a
will be
different
fun
thing.
to
That
do.
goes into a whole thing of like Nuka-Cola versus them. That's a whole thing too that you'll learn about eventually. I think they're going into that goes into part 4 actually.
Oh, nice. And there's a lot because again, there's a lot of companies too. We get to see a little bit of them talk about it, but this one here, Nuke Cola, the ones that provide the suits and some of the technology and guns and weapons and stuff like that. All of these corporations sort of bought into Vault Tech, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
And then that just kind of lets you see a little bit of how the corporations and all these things are connected. And then you have Mr. House, who was trying to be sort of the top of all of that. And yes, he wants to live forever, but he wants to be like, he wants to control all of those things.
He's all about numbers. That's his whole thing. So he's calculated how he's going to make Vegas still be superior pretty much and do what Vegas does, regardless of what happens.
But he needed all of those
wants to do.
corporations, though. Like he needed certain technology, he needed certain things. So he found a way to try to. Again, I don't know this for a fact, but just from what I've seen, it seems as Mr. House wanted to use all of these things or take, like, if the corporation didn't work with them or get on board, it seemed as if he was going to take the corporation in one fashion or another.
What he did was like all these fashions that you see around, like the Kings and whatnot, and all these other ones.
Right.
They were all basically like raiders that were running around at one point. But he was like, "Hey guys, you guys work with me to save Vegas, and you can have this."
Mm-hmm.
And that's how he went. Now, the only ones there's a couple of them that were just around anyways, but like the ones you see that in Vegas, those are all ran by Mr. House.
Right. Well, yeah, because as soon as I went into the actual city of it, or the main strip, I guess.
Yeah.
Before I went in there, I had to pay a toll or whatever. It said it did like a security check or something, like 2,000 caps. And it was like, even before you go in there, everything was about money, right? Like they hit you up from the jump. Like, so when Carl warned me about, no, you need to make sure you save, and somebody else might have warned me too, that you need to save up caps. That was for sure, because and they tell you right on the outskirts, like a lot of people try to make it in, but they can't. They think they're going to make it all these big dreams, almost like California, you're going to make it on the, the big streets, California or something like that. But then you get there and you realize like you make shit and you were just broke as fuck on the streets, and then they kick your ass out.
Exactly, and he made it that way on purpose. That's why he doesn't like the NCR. They don't, they're their own thing. He doesn't really control them, but he tries to do things to make things harder and make sure that they don't get certain things that he wants, like power, for example. He made a deal with them that he gets a certain percentage of the power because obviously he needs power to be alive,
Right, and that's what Victor was talking to our ghoul about, right? He said that Mr. House wanted that chip, the power chip that they're fighting over right now within the Brotherhood. And apparently our ghoul had something to do with that, which we know he was supposed to be working with the one lady, I can't remember her name, starts with the M, in order to possibly take out Mr. House. And that she was the one developing the technology, I believe. Like she created the technology.
Yeah.
So yeah, the fact that it and the Enclave had it, so yeah, I don't know. That's peculiar. So you would think he would still be around, and he could have been around, and that's why maybe some other events are happening now, because when all that stuff went down, and like maybe they were working on something, the Enclave was getting ready to give it to him, right? Because we had Lucy's dad was he was awake and stuff. They were working on the chips and these other vaults and things. So I'm sure he had some plans to live forever. Maybe with that power source, he could live forever, and maybe like a Liberty Prime type deal or something.
Well, a lot I know has to do with like the Hoover Dam thing, which you'll be working on in the game right now.
Oh,
That
okay,
was
yeah.
that was a big thing because obviously that has water, that has
Yeah, I
power.
did see some signs about that when I was
Yeah,
walking.
and the NCR obviously wants to go there as well. And obviously the
Mhm.
Brotherhood, they're doing their thing trying to get the technology. And you have the golden chip, right? That's what you're supposed to be delivering to Mr. House for whatever reason that may be, which you'll find out all that as well. So
Mhm.
that's what you're doing in the game. So there's something else after, because obviously he's still getting power from the Hoover Dam, so all that went through.
Right.
So, and that's one of the main points because that's water and that's power,
Right.
and that's one of the things that I'm thinking it's something to do with he needs something to make that power be 100% because obviously it's not running 100% right now.
Right. And even they mentioned about the water twice. The kids was asking dude, like, hey, what are we supposed to drink for what about fresh water? He said drink the sodas. And then our lady from the NCR, or what was left of that little outpost, was saying how, fresh water, that was things that we once believed in, that we fought for. So clearly letting you know that they do, fresh water is not a thing, power was not a thing, and they just got the power. So yeah, to power up the Hoover Dam and be able to give fresh water and all that would be a big thing. That's a big thing in 3 when I was able to give the water to the people. I mean, we still have problems with the caravans or whatever because you got raiders and stuff.
Yeah.
But it was like a big thing in the game where everybody was thanking you and stuff because you provided fresh water. And I did it, the choice I chose was so that anyone could have it, sort of thing. Not where it was given to the Enclave, where they were going to basically put stuff in the water and probably charge people or make it not accessible.
Well, they was going to make everybody the mutants because they thought everybody was mutants anyway. So that
Yeah,
way
they
they
were. It
can,
was all kinds of jacked up what they were trying to do. It was real fucked up.
But we don't know. They haven't really told us what's canon on that damn thing. Like I said, you have a battle on that, and you can choose who does what. Because New Vegas, that's all that is. You have several choices to do. But obviously, Mr. House has something. He got something out of that.
And
But
this
he's
guy
still
here,
there.
Mr. Victor, let me tell you, Carl, I appreciate our ghoul and how he spoke to Victor. Because let me tell you, how Victor just be he's like, I'll see you around. And then the ghoul was like, I bet you will. Yeah, I bet you will, you piece of shit. Stop following everybody from in front. He is not as friendly as he comes off. I don't
But-
appreciate him very
And
much.
you'll find out about some of that stuff with that chip with him. It's fun.
Right. And see, what I'm finding out about him in the game again is stuff that for the series has already happened. Like the series is well past the point of what I'm dealing with Victor. So when he says like, he's all scrambled up in his memory, that's probably very possible if he's made it through all that stuff, all those events, and now he's sort of just wandering around. And now it's possible that he's here for a reason because of Mr. House. I mean, if
Yeah.
Mr. House is still bopping around, but he did seem like he is aging. So
Well, if
that could still be causing him to have some malfunctions, but
you
now
remember
whether or
when
not he's truly malfunctioning, I don't know.
you remember when they fought the robot that looked like him, kind of when they had like the weird faces that popped up, and it had like the
Right.
little
Please stand by.
yeah, and all that, and then when it turned into like the army face, and then I mean, it was flashing and stuff. Well, Victor had to go through a little bit of that kind of stuff too, and for him to still exist, that proves that Mr. House is doing something with him, probably. Because that's
Right, because
probably
he
why his
even
brain
still
is playing.
seemed to know what was going on, right? Because he still
Yeah,
knew that the Rangers were out there in that outpost or whatever. He knew that, he knew more than the Ghoul, right? Because he knew that the Legion were in the middle of the Civil War, which seems somewhat recent, right?
yeah. Now he
So
does have
and he did
capabilities
it
of
when,
switching.
all right. So, and if again, when you meet Victor in the game, he comes off in New Vegas. He's the one that supposedly digs me up out of my grave. He supposedly sees the guys that try to kill me or whatever, shoot me, and he saves me. And he comes off as like this nice robot that's just there to help you, whatever. But as you keep meeting him along the way, he just has this tone about him that is very peculiar. He acts like as if he doesn't know anything, but yet he's he knows certain things, and it's just it adds to, again, like you're questioning really what does he know or doesn't know. And that's why when the ghoul talks to him the way he does, the ghoul's not nice to him, because the ghoul has dealt with him several times before and knows that he's one of Mr. House's little pets. But for him to know what's going on, but then to still tell the ghoul, "Oh, I just thought I was a soda machine or whatever, and I'm all jambled up in my memory, but yeah, you know what's going on with the Legion." It wasn't too jumbled up.
Yeah, that's why the ghoul was like, yeah, whatever, bro. I know what you're talking about. Go sit down somewhere.
Right. And Data and James, you guys feel free to cut it at any time. How did you feel about some of these things we're talking about, even with our Mr. Victor here? The robots and things and our ghoul.
Well, I chuckled because I just saw you guys play it or something and show that little robot. So that kind of made me chuckle. You were playing the other night and you showed the robot. So that kind of made me chuckle. The only thing like I don't get is okay, the guy who wears the robot stuff, the black guy. Is he kind of childlike because he talks almost like he's childlike, and
so he grew up in the Brotherhood. They took him from the wreckage when he was like 6 to 8 years old, something like that, I believe. And he grew up in the Brotherhood under their chapter, their order, their own books and stuff like that. So he comes off in this way where they've taught them about certain things, how like Lucy was taught in the vault certain things with the golden rule and all that, and how she sees the world a certain way. Well, he's was taught a certain way to be as well, but also I think part of it is what me and Carl were talking about. Carl said that he thinks, all right, I'm trying to think how to explain this.
All right, in Fallout you have perks, all right. So just like, you know,
but it's only for vault dwellers usually, and he is a possible vault dweller, and it goes back to that town that got blown up that he's from. That town was created from from vault dwellers, right? And they had the Gek.
Okay.
Carl, I think, right, which is a device that kind of recreates life.
Yeah, it's basically like Eden on that front. You know, like it's the seed that plant and then it gives life.
And so, because I believe he's actually from the vault, or even Carl was saying he's from the vault, or
his family definitely was.
He's able to take on these perks that you get usually as I don't know if everybody can take them on, but usually the vault dwellers are the ones you see with the perks.
Yeah.
Usually.
Because
it's tied to with the Pit Boy and shit like that.
But there's a perk called Idiot Savant, which basically you're very stupid, but you can be strong. The stupider you are, the stronger you are, kind of deal. And I believe they're showing off that perk with him. Actually, his whole team, to be honest, but especially him. That's why I think he has stupid looks on his face and he acts the way he does, but yet he succeeds what he wants to do because that perk helps him. That's what
right. Even what was it? The elder said something like the dumbness of the sword.
Yeah, and send him on his way. And that's why if you look, he always has some look on his face.
Gotcha. Okay. Because it's like he wants to be part of the Brotherhood, but then it's like he almost seems like he's getting ready to rebel.
Oh yeah, he's been on the cusp of rebelling a couple times now.
Well,
the elder kind of brought him back in because he has I think he does want like a family or father figure. He does, like, if you go back to where they show last episode him with his parents and how like his dad was talking about, you know, we want to, just as long as you leave the world a little better than the way you found it. And I think he really is, like, he believes in those words to a degree, and he believed in the Brotherhood. He wanted, or at least what he thought the Brotherhood was. But now after this conversation with what happened here and then what happened at the end of the episode, I don't even know what's going to happen. Like, he got away with a few things so far with the Brotherhood. And again, this could be something the Elder's okay with. I'm not sure yet because, I mean, their chapter might not be against ghouls. So again, there's a lot of politics here that I don't know how this is going to actually pan out.
Yeah, I'm not sure how. And I have some things to say about this little thing here.
The hammer.
Yeah, you already know.
Go ahead.
The hammer
Lay it down, Carl. Tell us about the hammer.
The hammer is a thing you use in part 4, all right? And that guy, he's named after this person that you say that's part of the Brotherhood, that's part of the Sense, which they're basically androids, all right? So the Brotherhood is against the androids and against all that stuff because they're like, we'll kill the abominations. I'm thinking that he didn't really kill him because they're doing a lot of part 4, like that hammer's part 4, and like that dude came from his name came from part 4. That might not be the same guy, but I'm thinking that it is, and he didn't really kill him, and that's going to come to bite him in the ass here in the next episode or two. But if you look at that, so like I said, that hammer is something that's specifically in part. That's where that came from. That's something you use in part 4.
Right, because I know that there's different hammers in 3 with the super mutants, and even perhaps the Enclave and the Brotherhood might have had a hammer. I'm trying to remember per se, but
well, they have sledgehammers and stuff, but it's
right, the sledgehammer. Yeah, this one was extra. It had a little extra kick to it. Yeah, I love how he handed it off to you, like, hey, do you want to try it? Yeah, well, I don't mind if I do.
Yeah, that was great. And that also goes to, like, I think that perp, you know, he's like, oh, yeah, I'm just like a little kid. I'm a dumbass, you know.
Right. Because he did remember when he got shot at first, he was kind of like, ow, like it hurt. But yet the other guy was taking the hits like it wasn't nothing. He was like, fuck you, robot. I'm going to kick your ass, bro.
And, you know, and that also can lean into what I'm saying, how he's like that android thing, that he's, you know, he's not really human, so he doesn't feel like humans do.
Right.
So it seems to me they're leaning towards that kind of. I could be completely wrong, but I'm thinking that's what they're doing.
And here was like the face of that robot you're talking about, the soldier face.
Yeah, and the other thing that they do, like real quick before that, it's like some weird, glitchy looking weird thing.
Yeah, they did like the please stand by.
Yeah. When it looks like that, that's the ones that goes through like all their territories and will, like, you know, they tell you what they're the police. You know what I mean? When it's that army guy, but that one there, that's in a totally different area, and that's some totally different people that control them ones. So it's kind of like blending those together in a way, which makes sense because it's all after all that stuff. You know what I mean?
And how do you feel about, like, I do like that they did the mask and the outfit's not horrible. It's actually pretty accurate, but I was hoping that they would give us the other one. I feel like they're missing a few pieces from the full Ranger.
Well, I think that's leaning against, like, the NCR has basically been kind of defeated, so it's kind of
right, because they're definitely been on the outskirts for a minute and low resources.
Like, these guys didn't even know what was really going on. They say they was there for 10 years, and isn't that the whole time after?
Oh, this dude right here has completely lost his mind. He's sitting here playing with this squirrel. I don't know what the fuck. He was like all fucked up in the head.
Yeah, it seems like that's something he's been doing for 10 years.
He was just sitting there, just like tapping away. And they were like, no, there's nobody. The ghoul's like laying it down. And he's like, the fuck? My whole world. Like, dude, it was, and she was even saying, some haven't taken it as well. Like this dude here. He trapped a fucking squirrel and was just like fucking.
So that's kind of telling me that, like, the battle that was on the dam that I was talking about, they did not win.
Mm-hmm.
So that means that.
Yeah, because when he goes to, what was it, the resort to look for help, resort and country club, like this was, you could, when he walked through here, this was the he walked through what was the remnants of a base that the NCR had held.
Yeah, which that was the first.
And that's what this was. See, he goes into here where Victor's at, which is peculiar, right? Because this was a base that was held by the.
Well, some of the stuff with that is that was Mr. House's first resort as well, that the NCR took over as a camp.
So it's very peculiar that they took it over and they're no longer inhabiting this, and all their stuff is still here. Like, it's not blown up into smithereens. It's just like they're just gone, right? It's not like the explosion went off. Everything is still here. Like, if I were to come in here and in the game, just looking at this, exactly. You already knew, Carl. You already knew where I was going with it.
Yeah.
I mean, look at all this stuff. The things that he was like going through with the binoculars. So there was stuff all over the place, especially right here. When he walked by those tents, how many stim packs? When they were talking about stim packs earlier, and he walked by this shit,
yeah.
I about lost my fucking mind.
Well, he had to at least get some stems out of that.
I don't think he did. That's what irritates me, because they're giving up on the fact that everywhere you go, especially like there's just certain things that you look for, and something like this, I would think there's ammo, stim packs, something.
Yeah, everything you could think, But that little thing there, like I said, that resort was Mr. House's first level resort that he used to have back in the day. So it's almost like Victor returns back to where he came from in a way. You know what I mean?
Right. And you can still, it's not like it was burnt up in here. The lights, they still have these lights on in here. Victor's hanging out in here. The signs are still up. Like, this place has not been blown to shit. It's actually pretty nice, right? Compared to most shit in the wasteland. For Victor to be hanging out in here, knowing what's going on in this area, was very telling. And I think even the ghoul picked up on it, because the way he talked to her and this little outpost group, and referencing to the fact that, no, there is no help coming. Like, this was the outpost I think she was talking about. And he's like, they're gone. Like, there's nothing left.
He realized that they left and went to that battle and just never came back. So obviously, yeah, they're gone.
And that was really detrimental, I think, to this gentleman here. I don't think he took that news very well. But the ghoul did take the goods, though, of this sort. Which he irritated me, too, because when he grabbed him, did you notice he dropped one of them?
Yeah, I noticed that, too, but it was almost like he didn't give a shit. Like, he was just like, whatever, I'll take this, but,
I know, but I was kind of like, dude, you're going to need that shit later. Like, you give a fuck. He gonna act like motherfucker. If you gonna just take them all, why did you even fucking take the whole fucking container?
Or did he do what we said and he actually looted the hospital and found a bunch of shit?
Well, he was coughing like he didn't have shit.
No, I'm just saying, could be. He wouldn't be smart enough to do that.
Well, you know what? If they're not showing it, and it's irritating me, because you see these saddlebags, they should be more full at this point by the fact of where he's fucking running to. If I have to say anything about the show so far that I'm irritated, is the looting aspect. But otherwise, I'm pretty okay with everything else. A few other little minor things, but
yeah, dog meat should be held down too. He should have a bunch of stuff. But,
you know what? At least the one guy that's turning into a ghoul appreciates the caps. He is about the only one that's been accurate in that regard, because he put the kids to work. And they're going to have all the caps. All the caps, Carl. And in New Vegas, man, you guys have no idea. Like, it's a whole nother world of needing caps.
Well, also, how New Vegas works is you can spend the caps. You can also spend any of the other currency from any of them other guys, too, because they all have their own currency as well.
Right, I got like 3 different kinds of cash on me right now in the game.
So you can spend all that. And, of course, Mr. House wants you to gamble and, whatever goes on there.
Well, some things you have to have caps for. Other things, when you're doing certain things, you could use any of the currency. It's all kinds of confusion.
Well, I'm just saying, the way that Mr. House has New Vegas set up is he accepts all money, because that's what he wants.
Right.
That's his power. He's a number guy. That's what he's done the numbers to know who's going to win, who's going to do what. That's stuff you'll talk about later in the game as well.
No, poor Lucy, man. She just listened, Dana. Oh well, she almost got crowed. She lucky. He was waiting for her to pass out, but nope. The ghoul come back for her. He had to do like 5 missions, but eventually he was able to work his ass around to her. It's so accurate, though. You guys have no idea. I had to do like 5 things just to get one statement. In New Vegas, the game, it is.
Yeah, that's why it was kind of cool the way that he did what he wanted, and they kind of showed off like the powder keg guys. There's little kegs there, just a little reference to them. So that was like their thing.
The dynamite.
So none of those guys, they're probably gone because they were just low raiders basically, anyways. But you see that probably those guys probably got rid of the powder keg guys and got all their stuff.
All the dynamite.
if it even has the little logo on it.
We have two Khazars.
Yeah, or what you would call Caesars. It's German.
Oh God, don't worry. You know she's very well versed, amongst other things. But I do love how our ghoul walks in again and just kind of tells them like, hello in their language, so to speak. And he's like, however the fuck you say it. I mean, the ghoul really does. He just has a way about him because, and again, they seem to respect him a lot more than her. But he came in with guns ablaze, like on him, and they respect strength, not weakness. And she came in pretty weak, to be fair.
Yeah, and I think that like they kind of recognize him. I think he has a name in the wasteland. I think they know
And I
exactly.
don't think they appreciated the fact that when she said she wasn't a virgin and she did cousin things, they
I
have this
think
sort of
that
weird moral high ground about them. That's kind of like, even I've kind of learned about it a little bit in the game of why they were like, why they'll take certain areas out and stuff like that. Like they were like, yeah, that town was doing bad by sort of cheating people and stuff like that and taking people, but they also were like, yeah, and they didn't appreciate some of the other things, just the gambling in general, um, even like the whorehouses or kind of deals and stuff like that. Like they didn't appreciate those kind of things. It seemed like.
And again, it seems to me that Macaulay Culkin's character is kind of like he thinks above their rules, almost like Maximus thinks it like differently than his brotherhood thing. I think he's almost got like the same thing going on, kind of like but he wants the power, obviously, because that's what his position is. That's what that mask. If you know what that mask is, you'll find out who that is and like what his real role is when you figure it out in the game.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why if you notice they show that quite often, like you know.
Yeah, even when they've been showing it in some of the before whatever trailers and stuff like that. I'm trying to get back to where is it? Here it is. This beautiful thing here. What do you think about that, James? How do you think about them costumes?
Well, I actually was thinking that's my this year's Halloween costume right there.
Mm-hmm. You like the mask? Oh, he's...
Yeah, it's crazy.
Mm-hmm. And this poor girl... See, I told you she was like a slave, Carl. She didn't make it.
So I was just telling you that that's not exactly what they call them here, but yeah, pretty much.
They had all kinds of slaving type folks. Look at this dude. He was getting all kinds of fucked up. They were pulling teeth out of folks. And they were slightly barbaric. Look, they had some old ass fucking weaponry and shit too.
Well, that's the funny thing, the way that they just made their suits in general. You realize like they went to like all these stadiums and stuff and got like football gear and whatever other gear they can find to make it look Roman. And of course, they probably found some stuff on the strip. That's how come they got the helmets that look like that. But you notice they all look different in different ways. But they all have like the football stuff on and stuff like that.
Some kind of
like
padding and shit. Some kind of leather padding and shit. And then they found some kind of red cloth to put underneath it.
Yeah, so it's like all, they just did what they can find. It was all around.
Look at them gloves. They got so they did with the fingered out gloves. Except, yeah, these guys kind of took a little bit more time into their costumes, but they're the leaders. He had a hell of a backpack. Hey, look at them. Yeah, that is kind of like the football pads shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But that's all part of their lore. You know what I mean? It's kind of cool. They're accurate with that.
Mm-hmm. And were the spikes accurate? The heads on the spikes?
Very much so. And the crucifixion.
Yeah, they seem to like to put them on the light poles. Lucy was not fucking... She was not amused. Not at all. Poor Lucy. But, she found herself in the middle of a civil war. You got to be careful.
and she was unclean.
Right. Well, at least she may get raped by the right people, according
Oh,
to the lady that's no longer
she
with
was
us.
told.
Where did she go? This lady here.
No, she's on the spike.
And she warned her to a degree. Lucy did just kind of. She just went with it, just walked up on this encampment and shit.
Which I think that chick was hoping that she can be like, hey, look, I brought this chick with me. Don't kill me, but yeah,
Take her, and
it
then
didn't work out for her.
they did not. She did not make it through.
What did she say? Like one sentence, pretty much.
Yeah, she was trying to say no. I tried or I did something, and they were boop, 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 boop.
No, you don't care.
Look at his little football helmet back there. You know, like the old school one.
Yeah, it reminds me of like one of them biking helmets, like the old aircraft helmets or something. Like he's gonna go with the double planes, whatever. What are them planes called? I forget.
Yeah, with the fucking with the goggles and shit. Hey James, do you remember wearing those back in your day? The first time a plane was ever
Not.
what? I heard a beep or something.
I do. I do not.
You do not? Oh, you don't remember?
Maybe some fingerless gloves.
Look at this dude here. He's got what? Well, he's got some interesting things going on. At least he went with the colors. He added the red in there. It just looks like a whole bunch of rope. I don't even think that's hair. I think it's just a whole bunch of rope that look like dreadlocks, but I don't.
Yeah, it's like falls or something.
I'm not sure. That dude's got like a. Well, it don't look like real animal fur. I don't know. Is that supposed to be a dog? I don't know. What the hell is that? A bear? What is that?
It looks like one of those bears. Yeah.
Macaulay Culkin with the fucking that face.
His ears, man. I can't get by his ears. It's never ending.
That would be me.
That's why he knows all. He hears it all.
But no, they did. They like to put them on the light poles on the cross. And yeah, Lucy was it didn't work out too well for her, but thankfully the ghoul he was able to work it out. Yeah, that was painful. God, ow! That scene was like, ouch. He was talking about a boat, and if you take a piece of wood, put a hole in the boat, it's still a boat. But if you take enough pieces away, it's just a pile of wood. Ain't even a boat no more.
Yeah, what is that called? That story about the boat that was like they kept taking it apart and repairing it, and eventually it was just like not the boat. It's called something. What is that called? James, you should probably know what I'm talking about.
No.
Nope, James don't know. He is
like
completely. It's like I'm not even here anymore.
I know what it's called. I just can't think of it. It's like it's an old story. Like there was that ship that was like they kept having to repair it. It was like a warship, and then eventually it was like, is it the same warship or is it a totally different ship?
It makes sense because he was a Marine and he was probably heard a story like that. He was sitting there trying to carve out his damn leg to get the poison and stuff out or whatever.
It's called a certain thing. I can't remember the name though right off the top of my head, but I know the story.
Well, look at that. He carved that whole chunk out right there. Blah. It's nasty. That's nasty. And then the dog kind of smelled. I thought the dog was going to eat it there for a second. I was like, oh, God. Ugh. But he's fine, folks. He just, he had to just rip that out real quick and then no worries. Don't you want to be a ghoul, Dana?
Nope. No, thank you. My nose falls off. Just shoot me.
Nope.
Look,
Nope.
I mean, you could survive for several generations.
It was pretty fucked up that guy was going to kill all them kids, though. I was getting mad. I was like, if this guy does not step in and do something, I was like, I'm not going to like him anymore. Because like I said, enjoyed his character a little bit, just from his interaction with the girl. And I
Right.
was like, he's standing there like he's just like, oh no, don't do that. Don't
Mm-hmm.
stop. Oh no. I'm like, if you don't do something, I was like, do something. He's about to kill a bunch of kids. Ghouls or not.
He did it all right. Gave him the hammer.
Oh, that made me cheer a little bit.
But he might have started a civil war, Data.
It's okay, the greater good. If you could have honestly stood there and watched kids die, I don't care. Like ghouls, deformed, however you want to say it, like you're a fucked up person, and I have no respect for you. A war starts, but
Look at
I
his
couldn't.
face right there.
I
That was like he was
personally,
like, it's the Codex, and they're abominations. He was an asshole in that moment, and I actually liked this guy there for a minute too. I was real disappointed. His whole speech, I was like, well, maybe the elder is being an asshole. Maybe Maximus can be cool with this dude. But then he turned out to be a total dick, and I was like, man, what the shit, bro?
I like the way they're throwing that in there because that is a big thing with the Brotherhood, like how the different factions work and stuff. So he's kind of showing that off. You know what I mean? And plus, that's the whole thing, like why they went against the Enclave, because like the Enclave don't care. Everybody that wasn't inside of a vault is mutants, and they all die. That's the way they thought. So that's why they broke off into the Brotherhood, because they thought differently. Which is gets going into all that lore, which is pretty cool.
so that I enjoyed that he gave that dude a hammer to the head. And he was like all excited to kill a bunch of kids. I was like, you fucking scuzz bucket.
Right.
Oh, all the kids with smooth skin go over here. Like,
right. And I was cool. Like, when he first went in there taking out the robot, I'm like, okay, that's cool. You got some malfunctioning robots, and y'all are going in there to clear it, so people don't get hurt.
So I do have a question. What actually turns you into a ghoul? What makes you a ghoul? Like, what's happening to you that you're turning into a ghoul?
Okay, so these particular kind of ghouls, right, Carl? There's slightly different variations to it.
There's different ways. Like, okay, you take our ghoul, the main ghoul that's around. He's lived that long and stuff, and that could be because the virus that was released years ago. Because even before the bombs dropped, the Enclave was doing experiments with this virus. And that's the virus that makes most of the mutants and pretty much everything that you see, all the creatures, are all man-made. Now, there's different theories. It hasn't really been completely done, but there's theories that they release stuff in the atmosphere at one point, and that could create how the ghouls are. But say for example, if I got exposed to the virus and you got exposed to the virus, you can become a super mutant and I can become something else. So it's not really a thing that it's just not a set thing. So it could, and there is theories that the radiation did it, but that doesn't make sense because the radiation kills 90% of the people. It's the same reason that you'll have some super mutants can talk and kind of know what they're saying and not just be like a big brute that wants to destroy you. Because there's different versions of the virus, and that's the whole Fallout lore. Is that virus is basically the thing that does a lot of this stuff in the whole universe.
Okay, so then what makes them like him compared to the ones we saw in the other room that were like zombies?
Okay, those are feral ghouls, and so the reason he has to take chems all the time, and he takes a certain chem, if you'll see him breathe it in every once in a while, you'll just see him hit it. That stops him from becoming feral. Now, if he was just left, like that one guy that he was talking to, that he just kind of just left, that guy didn't have chems, so he is going to be, so he'll become feral. That's what stops him from becoming feral. And like I said, it also depends on the kind of the way that the virus reacts with you, or if it's radiated. You'll see glowing ones. Were more likely, they're more radiated.
It depends on which mutation you're talking about. If we're just talking straight ghoul, then what Carl's saying is right. Because there was the other ghouls that I met in 3. Remember, they got in contact with a different radiated substance or whatever in the pit.
Yeah, and like I said, there's different versions because as time went on, those experiments, the virus has been changed. Like I said, some of it was released in the atmosphere, and then like 3, you had the one that the Enclave had that was weaker, and they was wanting to release in the waters. That would have done something different. And also, like in 3, you'll have like super mutants that are just
Right.
super mutants, right? And you'll like the one guy that helped you. He was smart, and so he
was like one of the first ones. Like they
Yeah,
were, they literally, the vault that I found that mutant was supposed to be like, basically ground zero for where the super mutants, which were those big
well,
green
that
bulky dudes.
they had more of the actual, like it was more potent, and it was the actual virus, and not something that somebody messed with.
But they
and did
created
whatever
it there in that vault because that vault
And they
had
created
several
that
different
specific
experiments.
one.
That's where
Yeah.
that other mutated creature, the
But-
sentinel thing or whatever, that really
Yeah,
whacked out thing that was
the
spitting
one
at
with
me.
all the those were like some of the first ones, and like I said, they every pretty much every place that you see that virus, the people that were messing with it has done something different to it. Like the original Enclave that got saved by that computer guy and all that stuff. They had a vial of the actual stuff, and that's one of the reasons why that computer wanted to save them, because in his mind, he wanted to destroy everybody with that virus and release it into the water and do all that.
And that's why too, like they're not, once you become a ghoul or you've gotten exposed enough to where you become a ghoul, I believe they can handle the radiation to a degree. Like the super mutant was able to handle the high levels of radiation, whereas it would kill me in the game. That's why like he was even like just drink the soda, because that little bit of radiation, he's already a ghoul. I don't think that little bit of radiation is going to hurt him.
Gotcha.
But there's a lot when it goes into what was created in Fallout, which I don't even know all the stuff. I just know a little bit from what I saw in 3 and what I'm going to see in New Vegas. Lucy referenced it in like with the first episode when they went to the vault. She's like, yeah, I'm familiar with the experiments. Well, you start to, once you've played the games, you really start to understand what that means by experiments, and how there was literally a very small handful of vaults that were just literally for people to survive the apocalypse with no experimentation or any other kind of like weird things attached to it. The rest of them were pretty much all experiments of some kind.
Well, that's the thing. Like say for example, once you go to 4, there's even a different version of that virus, and you'll get like the brutes and the bigger mutants that are just like behemoths and shit like that. That's because they've done other things with that virus. And what you'll find out is since they just release their experiments after they're done with them, and that's why you find them. Because I mean, from the very first game, that was basically like, think of it like their Captain America stuff. Like that's what they was trying to do, was make a super soldier.
Right. And there's a lot of lore once you start getting all the different factions and then just the different areas around the country. And I think it's not just, we were talking about that this happened just in the United States. I believe it's happened all over the world, right? Because there's a Fallout in London that takes place in London, and it shows, so this happened, I believe, all over the world.
That's a fan thing that they kind of made, like that's a mod.
Oh, okay.
But there is, like in 4, you find a submarine, and you'll find Chinese people that are ghouls in there somehow. That's been there.
Because I would only assume that this pretty much happened all over the world to a degree. Otherwise, you would think other countries would have infiltrated.
Well, the people who made Fallout pretty much said they make it U.S. based because they just want it to be U.S. based, pretty much. They didn't want to expand it that much. That's pretty much what they're saying. Is that
I would just assume though, like
But
they
in
would have to
theory, yeah.
expand on it, but I would just assume that it got hit everywhere. Otherwise, you would be dealing with other countries. But that, to me, if it got hit everywhere, then it would make sense why other countries aren't really fucking around too much.
Oh, it could make sense. You have all these companies that are controlling that, and they only wanted to control it in the U.S., and they just nuked everybody else.
Right, that's the way I envisioned it. Because I haven't seen anything that explained it, really.
But like I said, there is a part in 4 that you go into the submarine and there's these Chinese people, but they were on the port of America, so And like I said, that's another thing where you don't really quite know exactly how these people become ghouls. There's different ways. There isn't like one set way to do it. Even the super mutants, it's not. Of course, they're exposed to the because in the very first one they was dipped into it.
Right.
Some of them got shots to become that. Some of them, just like the dude that we're seeing now, he may be a ghoul or he may be turned into a super mutant. We're not quite sure what he took because it was that weird guy, that was the chicken guy's medicine that one of them that actually did something. So we don't really know exactly what that was. It seems to me he might be turned into a super mutant, but then again, I'm not sure. We ain't seen those yet.
He said he's a ghoul.
Well, he thinks he is.
That's what he called himself, but we don't know really what.
Yeah,
He's gonna show it in the trailer. He's gonna end up growing some extra little things.
And that's why I think they was making a little joke where they were like, he's like, oh, my nose didn't fall off. I'm waiting for my nose to fall off. Because I don't think that's going to happen. Because, you know, even in the game that you're in Vegas, you found them little towns that had the super mutants were running them, like the smart ones. And then you had the one that they were all just, you know, brutes and shit.
Right, even looking at them, like, they're kind of slightly different. Like, he's got, like, some of them, when you look at them, like, she's got the little bumps and stuff, but then some of them are just, like this dude, where he's just scarred up.
Yeah, the ghouls tend to look more burned, if that makes sense.
Because she's got it where it's, I guess that's more of a burn, because it's, like, blistered. I guess that's what that's supposed to be, more blistered. Holy shit.
Oh, and these are children, so like the effect of whatever makes them be a ghoul could be different as well.
That's what I'm saying, because the way they showed some of the kids, like some of them are more like our ghoul that we see, where they're just scarred over without the nose and everything, and then we see other kids where they have like sort of these, I don't know if they're boils or blisters all over their face.
And you know, certain parts of New Vegas has way more radiation than others. You've discovered that already. So I'm not sure exactly what part they're in either, or what's in them drinks. Because you know that Nuka-Cola, one of the things with Nuka-Cola was it was highly radiated. And that's why in the show that we watched, that little fan movie, when he had the lead belly, that's why they were like, how are you drinking all that? Because it actually gives you rad. And this does too in the game. So like, because that was like basically like they're like Coke versus Pepsi type deal. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, because you'll kind of see them now. And when I play New Vegas, you see both of the machines. Like you said, it's kind of like rival sort of companies.
One of the things that happens, like with the quantum, you know, the blue shit that you find every now and then.
Mm-hmm.
That was actually made for the military to kind of make them like super soldier a little bit. So they put a lot of more stuff in that. That's why you can make weapons out of it and shit. But you're supposed to be able to drink it. But it's weird. That didn't come out until like right before the drop of the bomb. That was like Nuka-Cola's last little thing.
Right. I'm trying to go back for it. Let's see. What else do we got left to talk about in the episode? Now we got to the ghoul a little bit. I got last episode mixed in here a little bit. All right, so yeah, we did that. And again, we got to see a little bit of the past with the keepsake box and all the little toys. Again, these things are stuff we see in the game. The teddy bear, even the horse to a degree. All just sort of little things. And of course, she knows what's going to happen. And he knows that she knows. So that was a fun little moment to see.
The toys, even the little symbol, that the government symbol you showed a second ago, that all goes back to the old school way of the enclave. Basically, how that's what they're showing, how they had more to do with it than you think. Because that's like,
right,
you know, old school United States stuff.
Mm-hmm. It had like all the old dishes, the Jello, and then you know what I loved about the Jello mold? dish was the cigarette ashtray right next to it.
Yeah, that's great. What do you
Deviled
think
eggs.
of the thing that they do in Fallout with their Jello cake? Like, what is that? Is Jello cake?
You know that used to be a thing. Like, what
That's
was it?
weird.
Was it the 40s and 50s where you used to put everything in Jello molds,
Well, I
even like
remember
tuna
that,
fish and shit.
but what? Yeah, because they had like what celery Jello or some shit.
That all, but they put everything into gelatin form.
But But a cake.
And it was like so you could put it on the
gelatin
table because they thought it looked really pretty or cute or some shit.
That just seems. I don't know.
It was
man.
nasty as fuck.
I know they had actually celery Jello, and it was weird.
They had like a tuna fish Jello thing. I was like, what the fuck?
Anyways, that's another whole conversation.
I just had to take a screenshot. You think about them olden days there, James. Would you love to enjoy some of that Jello?
With the marshmallows? Is that what that is?
Yeah, the little mini marshmallows.
I'm not that old.
No, but I'm just saying, you know, what do you think about
I'm
this
not that
thread?
old.
That looked like the most disgusting thing in the whole wide world.
Right? It was pretty nasty. Like I said, the ashtray right there next to it. I'm like, oh, the olden days.
That's like my kitchen. I have an ashtray in there.
But our ghoul, he kept a little lighter though. And this lady here was, I thought that was comical. She's sitting there like, I didn't accept any government or corporate funding, and I'm here. And they're like, get on with it, lady. And then she doesn't even really know about the guy that they're honoring that day or the stories and stuff. Like, lady, get your shit out of here. But what's even more great, right, was how Mr. House, or one of the Mr. Houses here, he's like hanging out in the bathroom waiting for dude, like, really, and then he's like threatening him. Like, what? This guy over here was a Marine. Do you really think he wasn't? Cooper wasn't even scared of him, of course. But
you do realize
this right here was really weird, Carl.
Yeah, but you do realize at this point, Cooper knows that he was supposed to be killing Mr. House, right?
Right.
That's what he was told, and he didn't realize that that's a Mr. House, which could be the Mr. House he was supposed to kill. I'm not sure.
He's not sure which one. He may not know that there's two.
But he didn't even know that was him, so that was kind of like a weird little, hey, I met you in the bathroom, but then
right,
he probably later realized, like,
cheers to not coming in on a man and talking politics while he's holding his dick.
That was
I'm
hilarious.
gonna take another shot on that. The fuck, this dude right here, he should have got like really smacked right about this moment right here.
So usually that's when you piss on their leg, so then you know that they need to quit talking to you.
I'm sorry, I was taking a shot. Yeah, that was really. How did y'all feel about this moment here, Dana, James? Anybody else want to hop in on it? How did you? I felt like he deserved to slap this dude right about now. How you gonna come in on a man while he's trying to take a piss? Well, he was already hanging out there waiting on him.
Very intrusive.
Right? That doesn't seem right. How would you feel, James? James? Well, we lost James, everybody.
Violated.
There. Oh, wait. I think I heard James. Maybe he's still with
Can you hear
us.
me?
I'm not sure. Are you with
Violated.
us?
Do you say violated?
You said violated. Yeah, it doesn't seem appropriate. I can tell you that much.
Yeah, it's like that meme where like guys, you're sitting there with a urinal, and then you have a guy. All the urinals are open, and the guy goes right next to you on that urinal and invades your privacy while you're trying to piss.
He gave him a napkin.
Unfortunately, I do not know what it's like to pee in a urinal, so I do not know of the experience you speak of.
That's why I was trying to ask James, because I figured James may have a feeling, because Carl was telling us. I was like, James, how do you feel about this moment?
It's just I can get my own damn hand towel and quit talking to me while I'm pissing.
Right? How'd you like the line though? He told you like, you should never talk politics to a man while he's holding his dick.
It is what it is.
Damn it, James. I'm not asking you more questions. The enthusiasm's just not there.
You were baiting me, so I didn't take it.
Well, I'm not baiting you. I'm trying to get you in the conversation. God damn it. I'm baiting you to talk about the show with us a little bit more.
The bathroom was nice.
I will say Cooper was unfazed by... Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, James.
Mr.
Tell the
House's
ladies about
advances.
bathroom etiquette with dudes. How are we supposed to act with urinals?
Well, I know one thing is if the dude is... I would think anyone would not be comfortable with someone who's just hanging out in the bathroom looking like this. Like, I'm sorry. Even if I didn't know who this gentleman was, the way he's hanging out in that outfit, yeah, they ain't nothing good about this man. He's staring at him. Dude's taking a fucking... He's literally staring at him right there. That's not kosher at all. He deserves an ass whooping. I'm sorry. I'm just saying. But we'll see what happens. He did let his friend know that what the plan was. His friend did get a lighter, though, for his service. How'd you feel about the Congress lady there, James?
She seemed like a dweeb. Like she don't even know what the heck's going on.
Right. And she kept dropping, and then she dropped her note cards talking about, oh, this is a great story. Hang on, let me try to see if I can remember the name of this individual. Oh no, I dropped my note cards. Like, it was like, holy shit. Like, what a... Yeah, she dropped the ball on that one a little bit.
I did like when he gave the ladder to dude and said, I saved a dude, but they didn't talk about the 3 I had to kill to do it.
Mm-hmm. And Cooper had the lighter, and then we get to see it. Again, he still holds on to it.
Which was pretty cool that he referenced that, and then he basically had to go use the lighter to do what he needed to do.
Right. He had to take them out in order to save her. He had to cause the destruction, that blast, which ignited the Civil War. I mean, it was already the Civil War, but yeah, the other side said, charge! All the explosions.
And that also kind of shows that Cooper isn't like a normal ghoul either, because like the way that it usually works is they don't remember their past much, because I mean, living that long, your memory can only be so much, you know what I mean? But somehow he still remembers all these things that make him human still.
Mm-hmm. But they are going to be proceeding on, again, as the game has been so far, it looks like for them it is going to be the same. They're going to have to do 20 things just to make it through one small little area. So that tracks pretty good so far, but it's fine. He eventually saved her in a form or fashion, which means also that I'm assuming based off the trailer that they're going to be meeting up with that outpost again, or that he met up with that NCR lady. Because we saw in the trailer where it says, well, what are you going to do? Talking to the ghoul talking to Lucy about Daddy. So I'm assuming maybe in the next episode or so, they're going to be meeting up with that and getting ready to decide how they're going to get to Daddy. And the ghoul has his mission. She has hers. Why can I not find the lady?
And maybe there's more NCR than we think that's left. Besides that one little post that we've seen, because we haven't seen anything else.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Well, we know that they are posted up because of the pilot somewhere. We don't know if it's the same group. Well, we know her group's been pretty much wiped out.
Well, her group's been there for 10 years, and that's like literally the whole time that after the game, so they have no clue what's going on.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, what's left of the New California Republic from what the pilot said wasn't much. And they needed that power source. Otherwise, they were getting ready to be wiped out, which means they weren't doing very well themselves.
To me, it seems that the Brotherhood basically does what the Brotherhood does and has taken back over. Because at one point, the NCR was basically the main thing.
Right.
Now the Brotherhood kind of took their place to be the police state.
Yeah. Yeah, it seemed like the chapter that Maximus was a part of, or the Order or whatever, seemed to be the strongest of the factions. But even they were breaking down a little bit. They were starting to kind of lose because their people weren't really listening. They were kind of falling out a little bit. But they did seem, again, they found the power source and they didn't want to give it up because they knew they were just going to take it and not get anything in return for it. So we'll see. We'll see what happens with Maximus too, because like I said, he's now, depending on how the Elder takes it, will determine it's. And again, based off what I can remember from the trailer, I think it's going to work out for him again. So far, every time he thinks he does something, he's like, "Oh, but I might have fucked up," like with the night and stuff like that. It ended up working out for him.
From what I've seen from the next trailer, it seems like they're trying to do some Weekend at Bernie's shit with his friend. So
Right. I know, like his friend gets in the costume, but he's like hanging out with like the Enclave, or not the Enclave, at the Brotherhood and stuff like that. And so I don't know what's going to happen with that. I don't know if he's going to be able to remain part of the Brotherhood, or at some point he does, I think, end up with the Ghoul and Lucy, or at least with Lucy somewhere down the line.
And I'm thinking that dude that he supposedly killed, I think he's going to, that's not the last time we're going to see him. I just have a feeling that's going to open up a whole new thing.
What's his companion? You have a new companion. The pilot was going to be a companion, but it didn't work out.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. I think that he's going to reappear and you're going to find out about what those guys are doing.
Right.
And they've infiltrated the Brotherhood, obviously, if he's already in. And as a high commander, maybe there's more of them. Because you can't tell if they're human or not. They're just like clones, kind of.
Right.
And of course, the Brotherhood doesn't like that, because,
Well, everybody's just really nice in this area. Let me tell you, this chapter of the Brotherhood and everybody is. I want to go back to Fallout 3. Yeah, that was nice compared to what I've experienced in New Vegas so far, and it's not looking too good. Like I said, I'm not appreciating folks too well. They're not appreciating me. There's a few folks who do, but for the most part, yeah. And oh my God, there's bombs everywhere. Like I thought there was bombs everywhere before. Jesus Christ, I'm just walking along. Oh God, I walked in on an encampment of bombs.
That's why I told you to do 3 first. I knew that the struggle was real.
Oh God, yeah. I'm kind of glad that you did, because I don't know. At least now with having 3 done, I kind of have a little bit of knowledge on how the gameplay is. Yes, it's different in New Vegas, but knowing how to do the shooting and stuff like that, some of the little things as far as having a base knowledge of choice making and character skills and stuff like that helps, because there's a lot more added onto it in New Vegas with the crafting and everything. To not have that base knowledge of how the game works to a degree, it would really.
The choices alone, like you have. It's not like you say like you was like super good in 3. You don't really have that in Vegas.
No, it's like you're famous, infamous. Yes, you do get karma points, but it's not in the same regard. They kind of end up giving you either infamy or fame with a group or individual, I guess.
Yeah, pretty much.
Which makes sense because you're like California, New Vegas, so you think of Hollywood and stuff like that, and showbiz and things like that. So you think of fame and infamy, I guess. I don't know. That's what I thought of when I seen that. I was like, okay.
Yeah, and plus, when you already to Mr. House, so you'll understand more of his working in the way that he's pretty much sculpted that for his image of what the world should be like. That's what he wanted. That's his whole plan. He wants to
Right.
live and have that power.
Yeah, because that's even what the robot Victor Winargul was talking to him, saying how he's always got a plan. You know, he had a plan to live forever, kind of thing, and he always pretty much had a way, like, a escape plan to a degree.
Yeah, I think he even mentioned like he's a man of numbers, didn't he? Did he even say
He
that?
might have. I'm trying to remember verbatim that
Yeah, I
conversation,
can't
but
remember. I'm pretty sure he said something to that, which that is a thing. Like Mr. House has all the numbers.
right. Let's see, what else do we have? I'm looking at my time too. I thought about trying to get into some gameplay tonight, but we may not. I might be wrapping it up here, finishing out the episode. And then I know we're gonna be back tomorrow night on James's to wrap up Stranger Things. So, and I don't know what I have planned for the day tomorrow, but hopefully, if not tomorrow day, Sunday, if we don't have anything else going on, I might, or I plan on jumping into some more Fallout. Then I was going to get into talking to Mr. House tonight, but we're already almost 3.5 in. And I don't want to rush through that. I want to be able to actually enjoy it and take my time and listen to what's said.
Yeah, that's a 4-part thing. Like I said, that's going to take you a couple of streams to do that anyway.
Yeah, and even just to get the lore, you know what I'm saying? Like, sometimes I don't mind some of the conversations being rushed, but there's some things I really want to be able to listen in on and hear, so that way we have those references. Because there's a little bit that we've seen so far in the show of New Vegas. The dinosaur, especially, like I said, the sunbeam caps and stuff like that. The star caps should be a thing. We'll see the robots. All these little things are things particularly for this area in New Vegas that I'm seeing in the game, as opposed to Fallout 3, which again, there's similarities, but each area kind of has its own unique factions and different little things.
So these
ahead.
bottles were already bottled and they're just simply taking the caps off? Is that all they were doing?
Right. Because those caps are worth money.
Right. So these were just like a warehouse full of these bottles and they're just getting the caps.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know where he found these children, but somehow he commandeered these children, came into this factory, was able to get in here, and it seems if they're just running the line to get the caps.
Yeah, he's basically making them drink it. He's like, here's your food, drink this, and takes the cap.
And they had the robots, because he mentioned they had security and all the food and all these different things, until the Brotherhood come in and took out the robot. Which makes me think maybe he programmed the robot or something, because he had to get around the robot to be into this part of the facility, because they're running the facility. The machines are running, which is a weird thing too. You would think he would just go in and get the caps. Like, why do you keep running the line if the caps are in part of the machine? You would think you could just get the caps, but I don't know.
Well, he was part of the Brotherhood at one point, so that's probably, he knows how the machines work, and maybe he was doing it in a way also where he's using some of them to trade and get other things. I don't know.
True that.
But
what they was for sure, he was
them.
trying to get them to. He told them, are you not making money for me? And they had stacks and stacks of caps, bags of it. One girl was carrying bags of caps, and I'm telling you, man, that's just straight cash in the wasteland. And in New Vegas, that's even like, oh my God.
Yeah, that's what you mean. And it is kind of weird the way that certain one of them are mutated differently. I think they are kind of going to the way of Super Mutant that we ain't seen yet. And I think we will by the end of the season.
Right. Because they were slightly, and again, they had different phases of the mutation too. So I don't know if they were trying to say like certain kids, maybe they got burned somewhere, or some of them were a little bit further along in being a ghoul. And now how I'm assuming if he's using the caps in order to supply the kids, because if he wants to keep the kids around that are ghouls, I'm assuming they have a rad away or something that he's paying for, because that's not cheap either. So I don't know how they're working that out. But then again, it's just a TV show, so.
Well, and we don't really know exactly, like, that cola could have something in it or something, then that's why they're not.
Because I'm trying to remember. I can't remember if if this one. I know the Nuka Cola gives me rats. I can't remember if this one does.
This one does too, but it does a couple of different things that this Nuka does.
Because he had children that were already mutated, so it doesn't really matter. And then he has children that were not. And if they're drinking that, I'm assuming, they're all just going to, because of the drink, they're turning into ghouls. I'm not sure. It wasn't completely clear on that.
Yeah, unless it's a lead belly thing, and maybe they're just kind of replicant, maybe.
Maybe.
It's a thing. I don't know.
But I'm assuming he would have to have whatever that chemical is that keeps them from going. Like him himself has to have that at some point, right? For him to not go feral. What's up, Manicore? Welcome, hun.
Well, he took whatever that was, which I think was the virus that turns people into whatever they're going to be.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's why I kept saying, what color is that? And I couldn't really tell. It just looked like fish or something.
Right.
Whatever that guy gave me.
Yeah, I can't remember what color it was. Our talk show, our fake talk show host that we have now. I do love that in the Amazon Prime stuff, video stuff they put in there. After each episode, they give us a fake talk show with the merch guy or merchant. And it had this gentleman here, the ghoul, as the guest. Oops, wrong. I was already up there. Yeah, this gentleman was on as the guest for this week's episode, so that was funny. But yeah, I'm not sure what color it was that he gave him. I do not know that for sure.
And obviously, it's been manipulated. So, like I say, with the different manipulations of the virus, does different things. So, who knows?
Exactly. Like I said, I know that there's a few different ones just from what I've seen. Like I said, even within the feral ghouls, you have the ones that are like radiated or whatever, and they pulse on you. So there's a few different ones. And they did okay. This wasn't too terrible as far as showing off how he's transitioning a little bit. Or changing into what the ghouls are going, what they look like when you see them, kind of more like this without the nose and everything, or even like our main ghoul.
Yeah. And when they become super mutants, when they're actually like really infected, it's not like a slow change. It just like happens most of the time. That's just how it works.
Right. I still can't get over this guy with the squirrel. I don't know why, but that shit was just fucking hilarious.
I was just like, where the hell did he find a squirrel? Everything else was mutated, and he just had a squirrel.
I don't know. He's fucking. It was like eating on wood or something. It was just fucking gnawing on the wood. I don't know what the fuck was going on. The squirrel has gone insane as well, Carl.
Yeah, I mean, I was expecting like maybe a mole rat or something.
I know. A fucking scorpion or some shit.
Yeah, it's just like, hey, it's just a squirrel, and it's in the desert. Like, what the hell?
I know. Where the fuck did he get a squirrel over there?
So where the hell is that dude then?
I don't know. It's
a whole nother mystery.
Oh my god. It was something. It was pretty comical. I thought it was funny. But again, I love my ghoul all the way through, just the way he goes through the world and interacts and talks and does his thing. And as we get to know a little bit more about the ghoul and his past, I do enjoy that aspect. Again, more than Lucy, which he was my favorite. I mean, I like her as far as showing off that aspect of a vaulty, and especially her particular kind of vault, and having the golden rule and all that sort of thing. That's very that is I don't mind that, but her, as far as like if I'm gonna have a favorite character, she's not my favorite character just because she does. I'm like, she still, I think, hasn't. We'll see. I thought she realized it back after she saw what her daddy was doing and stuff like that. She was going to wise up a little bit to what the wasteland was really about, but she didn't. And now I'm hoping she's now going to listen a little bit more to what the ghoul's trying to tell her, even though I know he's not the nicest individual. But maybe she'll listen a little bit more to not being as kind as she would like to be in this world that she finds herself, and knowing who to be kind to. It might not be as easy as she thinks. But I can't wait to see what happens to all of our characters.
It also makes me wonder how, like, her brother is going to take, since he just came out, like how he's going to react differently. Like
Oh,
he
that's
might
right.
parallel the way that she acts. Like, she's like typical vault dweller, like golden rule. And he already seems to be like more into the line. And,
Right. He was already
lying.
kind of like not depressed with the vault living and
Yeah, but he
sort
already
of
has his group that he's already like, he's manipulating them.
right.
So
And he
he's
was
more like
always
the
kind of a
dude
darker
already.
character to a
Yeah.
degree, kind of
So it might, like,
opposite of Lucy.
yeah, that's what I'm saying, the yin and the yang type deal.
So how he's going to end up making his way through, he may enjoy the wastelands because it is more savage, it is more cutthroat. And now whether or not he's going to actually make it through or not, because he is kind of a weakling to a degree, we'll see how he makes it through with that. But he did have to, he dealt with the robot, so he kicked it in the can. So I can't wait. Hopefully next episode they do show us what happened to them now that they're released upon the world. And I wonder, is he going to try to make it to Dad, or like where? I don't know where he thinks he's going to go, because we know where Lucy kind of made her way to. So he's going to have to make his way, I'm assuming, to that same town, unless they go a
Or
total
he's just
opposite
doing
way.
his own thing and making their own little town or something.
I know, but where? Like they have no supplies and shit. Like I'm assuming they would have to go to an outpost somewhere in that one town that she went to where she met the ghoul originally.
Did he have any access to knowing where any other vaults are?
I don't remember if it showed him having access to anything
I know
like that or not.
he was always on the computer, so maybe he has more information than we know right now.
He may. I'm not going
That
to say he
would be
doesn't.
interesting. Yeah, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. That could be a thing.
It could
Or he
be.
could just go meet her.
Because I was curious to wonder where he thought, like when he made, because it seemed like, well, I don't think he had any plans to just make it out. He went in there with certain ideas, trying to figure out what the hell was going on. And then he knew he had to leave. So I don't even know if he had a plan like of where to go.
Yeah,
he just knew he needed to get out because they needed food, and there was no more food and water in there. And he kind of used them to help find a way out of the vault. And he may not have even wanted to go outside of the whole vault. It might have just been he wanted to go. They might try to circle back and come back in the main vault or something. I don't know. And try to raid it or something.
That's why I thought it was kind of cool. They kind of
because we see in the trailer Betty is talking about if we don't do something now, we lose all of this vault. So what if he tries to come back in, and because they have no food and there's not too many, he doesn't have too much access of what is out there, because they didn't even have any of that in his vault stuff. Like that wasn't even if he knew where another vault was per se, they have no supplies, and it wasn't close by. The next vault wasn't like right there. Lucy had to travel a little bit to get to that next one.
Exactly. That's why I think that like the little Easter eggs they showed of like the little like strip like with the boat and the Ferris wheel and all that, I kind of think they almost might go there and actually do looting and maybe come back to the vault, or just go back to the vault and not be in it. I don't know. It's kind of,
I'm not sure where he plans on going without having, unless they run into somebody just outside. They're like, "Hey, man, where would you know about this?" Or I'm curious to see where they're going to go with it.
Yeah, some raiders would just take them out.
Right. They don't have weapons, and they barely had any supplies, if any, when they left.
Most of them didn't even have backpacks. That really annoyed me.
Well, because there wasn't anything. Remember, he ate all the food. All that had left was
they could have grabbed something. I don't know. It just annoyed me. Might take it all.
I don't even know if there was anything left in the vault, because it was like their vaults weren't set up for them to have anything. Their vault was set up for them to have a welcoming kit.
Well, and he left several of them still in the vault, right? Am I wrong with that? When there's still some closed too?
I thought he released them all.
I thought there was a few left.
There could be. I thought he released them all, but I could be wrong.
I could be too. I have to go back and look at that.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
But that'll be interesting just to see, like, I believe he's going to be kind of the opposite of her. That's just what I'm leaning towards.
Oh, yeah, because he was always opposite of her to begin with. It showed her as kind of bright, beady-eyed, and he was kind of darker, sort of, like, pissed off and shit. He had an attitude from the jump.
Yeah, so that's kind of like a way of, like, putting that, if you want to have good karma, bad karma type of deal.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And we'll see what happens to him. Like I said, we do know from the trailers that something else is going to happen. We know that he's busted out of that vault, and that vault the other two vaults do not have communication, and he fucked up their communications per se. So the vaults are going to have to do something. But it showed Betty with security like there was an uprising of some sort. So I'm curious to see what's going to happen with both of our vaults that are left.
And we might find out that there's more experimentation that we don't know about in some of them vaults. But there's 3 vaults, right? That's right there.
Well, the one vault was taken out because it's like they figured out what management was, and they took over their overseer or something.
Yeah,
and then eventually, what's her name?
Cleaned it up, right?
But they had because they had access to one of the pit boys, Lucy's mom.
Yeah.
And then from my understanding, their vaults were Lucy's vault and vault 32 were breeding vaults.
Yeah.
They were just for breeding. So vault 33?
That was 31 and 32 and 33, yeah. Right?
Right. So what was it? 31 is the management one, whichever one that he went into, her brother.
That was 31, right?
Yeah. So they were the ones that were used and put into the other 2 vaults in order to breed and make super managers.
Yeah.
That was what their experiment, I guess, if you want to call it one, was. His vault was all about him creating to survive and live out until no one was left, and they were the only ones left, and have super management.
So one vault could be questionable, though, right? Is what I'm getting at.
From my understanding, no, they're just there for breeding.
But that's what they were told, anyways. You know, there's always something else going on in the vault.
I mean, it could be. From my understanding, like even from what they were saying about the vaults, is that those were there for like what Bud, the one over those 3 vaults, the one that paid for those 3 vaults, what his intention was to outlast even all the other vaults, and to when they would emerge when everyone else was dead, and they would all be like the super management.
Because what's weird about that is usually in Fallout where they have like each vault, they have some experiment, and it's just whatever they're doing in that vault. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So having 3 vaults doing that is kind of weird.
Well, because the one vault had the actual his Bud Spuds. The other 2 were what they had in there to breed with them in order so that they didn't have. That's why they were giving them notices to make sure that they didn't do first cousins, because he was trying to breed them in order to have this super management type individuals. Now, her dad was working with Mr. House separate of what Mr. Buds was doing.
There could still be something else that we just haven't discovered.
That stuff was going on at those other vaults. That's why when he left and stuff, he had access to do other things, but I don't believe that was through his vaults. That was through the other vaults.
You know the vault that they went to, right?
24? Which 24? Or the one where they had all the other experiments?
They had the Chinese experiment. That's a vault you actually go to in the game, and you really don't know what's going on there, and they like summed that up when they showed that. That was like a thing.
Right.
So, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, most of the vaults, like, even if they're saying it's breeding and this and that, there's always something else going on. That's just the way that it works. Because all these companies are doing weird stuff in each vault.
Right.
Because you have, like, a Mr. House doing this, but then you'll also have the other companies that are helping do, like Vault-Tec itself, perhaps, will be doing something else. Because that's just the way all these companies are the ones who are really controlling all that kind of stuff.
Right. But we'll see. So we got those vault dwellers, just her brother and the other ones that have emerged. We'll see what happens now that they have incited. We got a few civil wars. We got the Legion having a civil war. We got the Brotherhood with the NCR, and all those different factions. So we'll see what happens with them. And just with Maximus in general, now that he's back with someone who is kind of like a foe when we started in season 1, now sort of like a friend. Our Ghoul and Miss Lucy may be teaming up with this group from the NCR. And I'm trying to think of what else. There's a lot of different things going on. We still got the things that we are seeing from our ghoul from the past with his family. So we still got to see what's going to go on with his family. Of course, I'm wondering if he's ever going to. I mean, he kind of teased it here, but if he's ever going to really confront her about what he does know or about his plans, whether it be after they go to Vegas, because at some point they're supposed to be going to Vegas. And I don't believe they've showed them going there yet, unless that was supposed to be this. But it didn't seem like they were in Vegas. It seemed to still be in California. But Mr. House was here. So I'm assuming they're getting ready to go do that as well. So we'll get to hopefully see Vegas. We've seen a little bit, not really of the strip yet. The outskirts in the present day, but to see the past Vegas with Mr. House and what's being set up. Of course, they know that Mr. House is investing in weapons and stuff like that. So they're very, worried about what's going on with that. That's why they were trying to get Cooper to join them to help them sort of stop Mr. House or one of the Mr. Houses. So we got a lot of different little storylines going on. What do you guys think of the episode? What was your favorite? You guys in the chat who are listening, let us know what was your favorite part of this week's episode. Where do you rate this episode? And if you have any gripes, go ahead. You might as well sound them off now. All of your comments, concerns, and things. Let's see. I'll start. I still give it, again, I feel like maybe I'm biased because I am playing the games a little bit and I've been diving into the world. I still give it an 8. Just because of there's just little things I like about it. And they're giving us enough of the lore. They're giving us enough of these sort of characters and things that you see within the game. And again, I love the ghoul. He's one of my favorite characters. I like how they're showing all these different factions off. And going back to the past and sort of showing what led up to the fallout in their own kind of right within this story. And then showing us sort of now 200 some odd years later where things sort of sit, not, with all the different factions, the vault dwellers. In this particular area, we got the Legion, the Brotherhood, and all these different factions. So I enjoy it. I give it an 8. And if I had to give my favorite scene, there's actually a few good ones. I did enjoy the hammer coming down. But I mean, there's something about the ghoul again. I do like him. I like how they went through this story of his past, where his friend is talking about one of the stories, and he's getting the lighter. But they're talking about how Marines sort of, they're not told a lot, but they're just kind of told to go in and do things, and that's, and then it's going back and forth with Lucy and him sort of saving Lucy, and also setting up for the dynamite explosion. So this whole sort of interaction was sort of I guess I want to say my favorite part of the episode. And also maybe having Lucy understand like what it really is that's going on. So there was a lot within this little bit here that I enjoyed. He still got the lighter. What about you guys? And of course the explosion.
If I have to rate this show, I'm around a 7 for this episode.
Mm-hmm.
And my favorite part was when Lucy met with Macaulay Culkin, and she's like, "Kaiser? Do you mean Caesar?"
Yeah, right.
All I'm thinking is like Kaiser roll, Kaiser roll. Is that what we're talking about? Deli rolls? Okay. That I like. That was my favorite part of the episode, was when she interacted with Macaulay Culkin.
I'm right. That was a good one. What about you, James? Where would you rate it? Favorite moments? Any gripes or concerns?
I would probably be at around a 7 as well.
Nice.
Just it's a good show. I don't understand a lot of the stuff you guys talk about, or I don't know it until you say it. I mean, I understand it, but of course I had no way of knowing it until you guys talk about it. But even not knowing that stuff, it's still a watchable show. It's got some cool stuff in it. I like her character, you know, her interaction in this scene and stuff. The ghoul's cool. I like the ghoul. You know, everybody outside of that, like I understood the factions and the Brotherhood and bottle caps and all that stuff more from hearing you guys talk than watching the show,
Right.
kind of thing. So it's still a little confusing as far as some of the stuff, but I know it'll probably be stuff that'll probably be shown in the show as we go, like, you know.
Right. I'm
But it was
curious to
good.
how much they're going to be able to explain about some of those things when it comes to the lore, because, again, like Carl was saying, there's so many games, and within each one of those games, there's lore that's built upon with each game, right? So, like, I don't even know within the series how, like, they're kind of going over some of or giving, when they show the caps and some of that stuff that me and Carl are talking about, we're getting kind of into, those are sort of like the things I think they put in there for the game fans. But as far as just a viewer of the show, I don't know if they're ever going to have time to really go through that in the way that they're going through this story.
I think they're going to show off a lot more of that when we actually figure out Mr. House, because then you'll understand what he's doing and what he's done.
I hope they do. I just don't know. There's so much lore that goes into Fallout. I'm just wonder how much of that they're actually going to be able to really show within this particular story, right? Because even within Fallout, they don't just run, like, you see several different storylines within each game.
Well, and that's what they're doing with this show, is wrapping it up and making certain ones canon now, instead of just being like, well, this is the choice you made. This could be this could have been what happened. They're showing what happened instead, which is kind of cool, instead of, reimagining things and just adding whatever they're doing.
Right. But we'll see where the next episode takes us. They got a lot of different storylines going on, like you were saying, Carl. So a lot of different things going from the past to the present, and with all of our characters and all of the factions and all of the things. We'll just have to wait and see. I'm enjoying the season so far. I can't wait to see where they take it next and what else they do. Hopefully we'll get to see Mr. House in the present and see that sort of interaction, and we'll get back to Lucy's daddy and seeing what he's up to and all the different things that they have going on in this world. Maybe we'll even get to find another vault. Maybe they'll have to stumble into a few more. That's always fun. The vaults are one of the fun things I think about going into Fallout. There's a few things, but that's one of the things I enjoyed going through the game and discovering and going through and kind of seeing the terminals, if you can hack them and read the lore and stuff like that. That's fun, and seeing what happened in these vaults and learning more about the corporations and the different things behind why the world is sort of the way it is now, or at least in the world of Fallout. But yeah, I think we're going to get ready to wrap it up.
Safety first.
I know, right? We've been going almost 4 hours, so we're going to call, like I said, I didn't get to the game tonight, but I will be doing some more gaming here real soon. We had so much stuff going on the last 2 weeks, so I apologize. We were just jam-packed, Dana, with all kinds of stuff. We had Stranger Things giveaways, all sorts of fun. Tomorrow night, again, we're going to be with James, wrapping up Stranger Things in the final episode, which was 2 hours, I think, give or take.
A little over, I think 2 hours and 10 minutes.
Right. So it was a good long episode for a finale. Basically like 2 episodes that they just put into one, to be fair.
Yeah.
But it was still good. I enjoyed it. I can't wait to talk with you guys about it. I've got some fun things to say. Some tears that were shed, per se. I did. I shedded a few tears, James. Did you shed any tears?
What are we talking about? Stranger Things?
Stranger Things. Oh my God. You know what? I'm done. That's it. You know what? He's going back over here behind the candy canes.
Oh, you've been punished.
I just had to. To me, Stranger Things, the ending reminded me of Lord of the Rings. It ended 5 times.
Well, there is actually an alternate ending.
What?
That
You're gonna have to
yeah.
get with me on that before tomorrow night. I didn't see that.
And some of the stuff that I've been hearing and seeing, that there is a bunch of deleted scenes and an alternate ending. I don't know if they're gonna put it out there or what they're doing with it, but there is some chitter chatter amongst the Stranger Things world and the Duffer Brothers about an alternate ending that was filmed.
Oh shit. Well, yeah, like I said, I can't wait to talk with you guys about it on James's channel tomorrow night. And we will give all of our thoughts and feelings, opinions, and such. And then I'm trying to think. Like I said, I'm gonna try to fit some gaming in Sunday. And after that, I'm not sure. Again, we're brushing ourselves off from the holidays, and so as we get back into the normal swing of things, whatever that is. But I do plan on, like I said, I'm going to try to get back into Fallout New Vegas this week. And then, of course, I've been started playing Arc Raiders, so I'm going to try to get some streams in with that, along with all the other things we got going on that I can't remember right now. But we'll be back for sure again Friday night to cover the next episode of Fallout. And what else do we got going on, Dana? You got anything going on that other than, of course, your shorts? And James, I know you got some videos.
Yep, just working on some more shorts. I've got a lot of requests for an Asian show called Study Group, which is actually a really good action-packed show. I'm thinking about doing something like we did with All of Us Are Dead, but there is no dubbed version. There's only subtitles. So I'm just debating if that's something I'm going to do, but if not, I'm going to be doing a video on it and just working on some other stuff.
Nice. Like I said, we got a lot of things coming up here real soon, I think, as we get into this year, that we'll be covering. Like, I know, of course, Fallout, we got a few more weeks of that, which, 4 or 5 weeks. And then after that, there's going to be some stuff that should be rolling out shortly after, I think. I got to look into when 3 Body Problems is supposed to come out this year, so I do have to get a stream in for that, if nothing else, just to cover or recap last season. 3 Body Problem. I put it with an S, didn't I?
I'm all confused now with S's. I
caught it after. It took it. It was a little delay, but I'll eventually do better.
I do like that shovel gun stock that dude has. Shovel handle gun stock. That dude has back behind the ghoul.
Oh yeah, I was like, "What are you talking about?" I was like, "Oh, you're talking about on my thumbnail." Yeah.
Yeah, in the thumbnail.
I
got a question
no idea.
for you guys. I was reading somewhere about how Arc Raiders is a really popular game right now.
It is indeed.
That it's like something about it is crazy cool and everybody wants to play it.
Right.
And a game like Battlefield, I don't know what number it is, 6 maybe, whatever just came out, is losing people for whatever reason. So is it the type of games they are, or the mechanics of the game?
From someone who was asked to play both, from a few folks that I know who play games, what got me to even consider Arc Raiders was the price tag. They had it on sale. I think it's still on sale until maybe around the 6th or the 8th of this month. It's on sale right now for like $31. And of course, after tax, it was like $34, $35 for a multiplayer game that has missions or quests or whatever with it. Was not a bad price. Even off sale, I think it's like $40. So about $45 even off sale for a video game that's as interactive as it is, was, to me, I feel like I've already, as much as I've got now over 24 actual game hours. I've had it for maybe close to a week now. I highly enjoy it. Whereas you have Battlefield 6, which was what, $60 or so dollars?
Yeah, and a lot of the problems with that is the early releases of it and stuff, and the gameplay sucks, and that loses people out, and they're just tired of that kind of shit that they've done over and over and over again. All these main people who release these games. It's a thing. They've done it with Call of Duty. They've done it even Fallout 4 right now. They're doing things where they're upgrading it and they're messing it up because they're trying to charge people for certain things, and people are just tired of them being in their pocket. Pretty much, that's the main thing that happens with your mainstream games like that.
Well, I couldn't believe when I heard that they're getting ready to drop Miguel's new game, GTA, for $129.
Yeah,
I was like, that's what happened?
it started out being 100, and it just keeps going up and up and up.
$129 for this game. I was like,
And
okay.
and it's not worth it because you know how many bugs and stuff's going to be in it when they first release it. That's one of the main problems with all of them type of games at the moment. There's bugs and it's just not worth it for people to do anymore because you can go to these indie games and pay $20 to $50 and have a great game.
Right. And for me, like I'm not the Battlefield 6 reminds me of Call of Duty a little bit, or even Tom Clancy games, and those are a little more clutch games that they don't have as much aspect for fun within the game. So like it's very much so there's a lot more hiding out, even though they say they don't like people to do that. A lot more people will hide out in those games and just wait around corners for you to walk and shoot. It's a very kind of it's more boring gameplay, whereas you have like multiplayers that are alternatives to that, like Halo. I enjoyed because there was times for more fun gameplay within a serious game. Like yes, there were serious games, but you still had aspects for fun, like that drift ball and stuff like that. So it wasn't so serious. And even with the arc raiders, like me playing so far, I've had a few games where people just shot at me and killed me, but for the most part I've met people and I've actually like had fun conversations with them, real people within the world that are just raiding, going out on the surface like I am to collect loot, because a lot of it is you're collecting these things for missions to upgrade stuff. So I like that whole looting aspect too. That's fun. You never know what you can get. You go search all these little containers and you just never know what you're going to find. Like you kind of know the items you can get, but it's just, I don't know, there's a lot of, it's different because the aspects that they give you in the gameplay of Arc Raiders is different. I think my husband, he described it as like, what was it? Division? No, Division, I think.
I don't know what that is. One of the other problems with the main games is they don't really have campaign modes or any other thing that you can do. So they try to make all these open world games, and in the end, it's like all bullshit. And I don't think Arc Raiders is like that, like from what I've seen, anyways.
What's up? What is this at ND01? Welcome. Hunt says, I agree. Fallout Operation Sunburst is way better than Amazon's Fallout. And is that the one that we watched, that fan-based series? It was like, what was it? Red Star. And it was like, there was 3 parts to it. And it sounds right. I think one of them parts, it was Nuke Break, but they had 3 parts, and one was called one might have been called Operation Sunburst. One was called Red Star. And I forget what the third one was, but there was 3 parts to it, but it was all under like the Nuke Break. And that was actually, I will say, me and Carl watched that. That was actually really, if that's what you're talking about, that was really good.
But that's
I will agree. It was. It's definitely just as good. Yeah, it's definitely just as good as what Amazon's put out, if not better. I could say that, but again, and they only put out it was like 3 hours or something altogether.
Yeah, I believe so.
So could you imagine if they were able to do more?
Imagine if they had the budget that Amazon had and did that.
Right? Oh my God. Because they even showed off the super mutants, although I know it wasn't the greatest effects or whatever, costume and stuff. It was still, the fact that they put it in there, they went for it. And he was like the nice mutant to a degree, like I forget how like the girl was trying to like let the carrier know, like, hey, look, he's actually taking care of us. Yeah, we're slaves, but we're not slaves at the same time. Like they've always been slaves, so they actually prefer to be with him because he keeps them fed and safe and stuff. And all he wanted was that star. He met Star Cap. And let me tell you, those are some things people
And,
are fighting over.
when you looked at their outfits and shit, it wasn't just as good as the Amazon shit, if not better in some ways.
Right.
Besides the super mutant, I mean, that was a little bit like, you know, what can you do?
could tell like they were limited on that. They tried though. They went for it, Carl.
It was worth it in the end, I think.
Right. You know, I do enjoy some arc raiders. I'm not even gonna lie. I've gotten lost in it a little bit here recently. And like I said, for the most part, the way I've been playing, I guess, keeps me in servers where, for the most part, the raiders are not just gonna come up and kill you. So you get like I was in one earlier today. And there was people in there, they were free. I was kind of free. I was like, hey, we cool. Happy New Year's, everybody. Lots of loot here, lots of loot for everybody. We can just, everybody can fill their pockets. We can all leave here safe and sound. Dude's like, yeah, that sounds good to me. I'm like, all right. Sounds good to me. And we all left, from my understanding, with our pockets full and safe and sound. It worked out. And now the ARC bots and stuff that are on the surface, those are not friendly at all. And there's all different kinds of little bots that will explode on you or shoot fire, look like little tiny spiders, all the way up to these huge basins and other type creatures that are just, they're not friendly. They lock in on you. And they chase you down. Like, you crossing an open field in Arc Raider, sometimes it's not fun. Because there's nowhere to hide, and you got to hope like that you're like you do good on your shots, because if not, it's going to come back and it's going to hurt you really bad. But it's fun. I enjoy it, and I look forward to doing some streams about that, playing some New Vegas, and seeing what else the new year has to bring us. Lots of things, from 3 Body Problem to From. What do we got? Yellow Jackets, possibly, maybe even Severance. I can't remember if they're doing Severance this year or not.
I believe so.
Okay, like I said, there's a few shows, and I know I'm going to forget them as it's getting later in the night.
All of us are dead. All of us are dead.
That's right. I knew I was forgetting something, and I'm sure there's many more movies and lots of things to come.
Aren't you guys doing Dairy at some point?
I know Dana is going to with James. I may not make it with them. It just depends on if I can get caught up on it or not before they get ready. But we're going to do it
Sunday, I believe.
Yeah. See, I'm not going to catch up probably in time. But so, are y'all going to do it on James's or yours?
Yeah, James's.
Nice. So Dana and James will be talking about it over on James's. So you guys, go check them out, and I might just be doing some games over on my channel. Maybe I'll do some Arc Raiders or something. Let's see. I want you guys today. I want you to be able to see New Vegas, the Mr. House.
Okay.
So we'll plan maybe a Monday or Tuesday or something. I'll set up some Dana. We can at least show off the kings and stuff. That's going to be part of the show.
Works for me.
But until then, guys, I guess, again, we got a jam-packed weekend over on James's anyways.
Yes, he's the boss this weekend.
Whoop, whoop. You hear that, James? You're the boss.
Awesome.
I passed the Saturday night torch.
Well, thank you guys all for hanging with us tonight. And again, a big thank you to Mr. Robert Saunders for hanging out with us and sharing his Christmas Carol from Style Theory.
That was so much fun.
That was awesome. And a lot of good. It makes you want to go back again. Every time we go through a theory, it makes you want to go back and rewatch the series and take it all in as we get ready for the next. But yeah, thank you guys all. Happy New Year's. A merry and bright to one and all. Be safe out there. We love you guys. And we'll see you on James's for the rest of the weekend. Possibly over here for some games. Stay tuned. You never know.
Yay.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Have a good night.
See ya.
Paint me a scene, city in color, the way that you see, the way you see it. Don't you wish that I could give you, I could give you everything. 1, 2, 3, and my heart is racing. Can't fall asleep, I got my mind in a throw. Weightless, floating through the day. Trust that I'll be okay. I'm happy alone, but I'm let it go. Waiting for you. Wait until you realize. Waiting for you. Wait until you realize. If you wanna run ahead, I'll meet you where the water meets the earth we cling to. If you wanna find the edge, I'll come too. I could run around this world all day with you. I could show you this world around you. Through my eyes, my whole view. The place I love, the place I cling to, cling to, cling to. Place I cling to, cling to, cling to. Waiting for you. Wait until you realize. Waiting for you. Wait until you realize.